whole 2.5 hours of streaming without that issue ever happening. And then another day it was like, you know what? I'm not gonna do what I did again.
Yep.
Oh, that was frustrating.
There's that for you. We are live now, by the way.
We are? Alright, time for me to start yelling obscenities.
Well, you are going to be Kinzo again, so...
True!
Don't forget, last episode you got the great line of... Women are so noisy.
Just several things. Several Kinzo lines. It's from a different time. He's old in the year of 1986, too.
What? What about 1886?
No, I said he is old in the year of 1986, so that means he's like...
Oh, yeah,
he's like really
he's
bad,
from
you know
1886.
I mean? Yeah, exactly.
Legitimately, though, depending on Kinzo's age, because I don't think they ever mention it, but if he is like an old man, like 90s old man, he was born in the 1800s.
I'm gonna look, I'm curious now.
Either way, he was born really he had to have been born really close to the turn of the century. Unless he's like one of those like 60-year-olds that just immediately looks like he's 100.
Mm-hmm. Holy.
I wouldn't assume so, though, considering a big part of the story is them being like, man, Dad just keeps holding on. He doesn't die. So I'm assuming he's like super old.
It doesn't seem like there's anything locked in anywhere. Mm-hmm. People's best guesses online is Kinzo is in his early 70s.
Really?
Yeah.
I was just going under the assumption that he was like really super old, and that's why everyone all the time is like, he's very uncharacteristically energetic and all of these things. So I was thinking like 80s or 90s.
Doesn't seem like it, but yeah, it's fine. I did just discover that his birth date was August 17th, so we were late.
That's mine.
A month later. What?
Me and Kinzo were born on the same day.
Oh, is that so?
No.
I was gonna say. I was like, I don't know what was going on here.
All right.
Yeah. I do also, one more thing I'm going to share that I learned recently. I don't know how I didn't know this. Did you know Battler was voiced by Daisuke Ono?
You're going to hate me.
Yeah.
Who?
He's done several voice actings, but his, like, big one is, Jotaro.
Oh!
Yeah.
Well, I mean, Dillinor is voiced by Raiden Shogun in this. Well, I guess it should be Raiden Shogun as Dillinor because that definitely came first.
I didn't know that either. Wow.
Yep. Her Japanese one. Well,
yeah.
There is no English one.
So. Yeah, there is no English. Well, yeah, I did not know Battler was also Jotaro. And Battler predates Jotaro, too, so, like... Oh, in my headcanon, I like to imagine when they were, like, casting, who's gonna be Jotaro? He's gotta be a really cool character. They were like... Guys, I got the craziest idea.
Umineko really is the Spy Kids of anime.
It is. It is. I like that approximation.
It has all of the famous people in it before any of them were famous.
Yeah.
All right.
I'd believe it. Now I have to do more investigations. But
if I remember correctly, we just began an Ange chapter.
Yep.
And you have told me that everything now is going to be super long. Every chapter until the end of episode 4.
That is my guess, because there's only like a few chapters left, and I know, or at least I think that I remember a lot more things happening. So either my memory is a little wrong, or the chapters are really long, or something. Some other third thing, I don't know.
Well, we're in 1998 Nijima.
Yep.
Trying to avoid the Sumadera family still, as we return
and last
to the
time...
island.
We saw Maria go sicko mode.
Maria did go sicko mode and really tested the limits of my voice acting capabilities.
Yeah, which I didn't hear any of because Discord doesn't pick up your Maria.
You should just go through the VODs sometime and hear it because it's...
I need to make some clips from it.
Ooh.
We also got to see some time in the dungeon where they were discussing what to do next, and Kinzo kind of being like, all right, folks, here's what's going to happen.
Yep.
You're going to park yourself right here.
Here's the 411.
Yeah.
You're gonna lure the kids here so I can determine which one's worthy to inherit all of my gold. Silence Winch, pointing at Gob.
True. He did not like Gob.
Then why did you summon her?
Portal. Okay.
The clinic that Nanjo had opened and later passed on to his son still existed on Nijima. This aged doctor was Nanjo's son, but the atmosphere about him was very different.
Whoa.
I wasn't prepared. Hold on, I gotta get the thing because I can't remember who was last. I think it was...
I was not expecting us to meet Nanjo's family in this.
Oh, yeah. It was me last, so this is you.
Oh, good.
Which I guess is fitting.
Yeah, I can do what I tried to do with Ange and Battler, and I can try to make their voices similar.
I'm writing this down.
I'm truly sorry to say this after you have come all this way, but I have nothing particular to tell you. Nanjo's son said very indifferently. After the accident on that island was taken up by the broadcasts in a most indiscreet manner, even my father, who was Mr. Ushiromiya's doctor and friend, was focused upon by many with a wholly regrettable interest. All of it was without proof, and they even managed to defile all of my father's previous achievements. I still feel a great deal of resentment because of that.
I think that's understandable. The same thing happened to me. I had to put up with it constantly since I was 6.
True. My apologies.
The doctor finally remembered that Ange was also a victim who had been exposed to the same curious eyes he had been.
In that case, you could probably understand why I don't want to have anything to do with that incident. That was an unfortunate accident. The only ones who want to make a fuss about it being a crime are the irresponsible TV shows and magazines. I'm more than fed up with their attitude.
Nanjo had been bathed with attention for being one of Ushiromiya Kenzo's few friends. Because of that, there was probably an aggressive and persistent rush among the witch hunters and the press to use Nanjo's son as well a surviving relative as a source of information. The doctor went on and on, criticizing the press indignantly. I really understand how you feel. For a person like me, who was observed even in her personal life, and whose privacy, likeness, and even human rights might have been violated, it's really easy to pick up on the anger of someone in your position. And for that very reason, I want to know, more than anything else, what in the world happened in the incident that so thoroughly ruined my life. So I came here. I'm a related party just like you, not a magazine columnist or an interviewer. Please, don't get the wrong idea. I didn't come to do this for fun. Quit looking down on me. If we're gonna argue over whose life was most screwed up by the incident, you're no match for me. Ange spoke sharply. The doctor, who hadn't imagined that he would be talked back to in such a forceful manner, couldn't help but fall silent. From Ange's perspective, the doctor really was whining over nothing. She really didn't want to be looked down upon. It was about time to let him understand how many days had passed for her before arriving on this island. The doctor realized that he'd said something wrong, and remained silent for a while, looking uncomfortable. I know it's probably painful to remember what happened at the time, but if there's anything you do know, please tell me no matter what it is. Of course, I'll keep quiet about it. I visited here today to bring some resolution to my life. I'm 18. That incident took away 12 years of my life, and it'll probably keep on taking. Since that day when I was 6 years old, I've remained shut away in darkness. Are you saying that despite that, I still don't have a right to know?
No. How rude of me. It seems that since all the others who came were ill-natured folk, I instinctively put up my guard. I apologize for my rudeness. I understand. If you'll swear not to breathe a word of this to anyone, I'll tell you everything.
Thanks, Doctor. Then, if you would, please tell me anything you can.
As you know, my father was not only Mr. Ushiromiya's head physician, but his friend through the game of chess. That relationship was very long, stretching back to the time Mr. Ushiromiya moved to Rokkenjima.
Just how close were they?
Very close, it seems. It seems that their connection through chess led my father to stay at Mr. Ushiromiya's mansion quite often. Although I may not be one to talk, Mr. Ushiromiya was extremely moody, and my father was an exceedingly magnanimous man who excelled at interacting with humans like him. It's not hard to imagine that he was a rare friend for the isolated Mr. Ushiromiya.
That day was the day of the family conference. At the Ushiromiya family conference, the inheritance and how it would be distributed were rigorously discussed, making it almost like a financial conference, which means Dr. Nanjo must have gained a trust so great that he was asked to attend even that, right?
My father was a simple doctor, so I cannot imagine that he was in a position to advise on the distribution of wealth for a massively rich family like the Ushiromiya family. He was most likely called there to assist with Mr. Ushiromiya's health, because it was not at its best at the time. As Kinzo's close friend, I'm sure my father would have kept his mouth shut, and he was trusted not to leak the secrets of the family conference.
Wasn't Ushiromiya Kinzo in very bad health at the time? Were there any medical charts left behind?
Perhaps he brought the medical charts with him on the day of the accident. I'm afraid to say that the entire folder of Mr. Ushiromiya's medical charts has been lost. He was my father's patient, so I do not know the details.
Around the time of the incident, did anything strange happen?
Yes, there was one thing. However, it seems exceedingly likely to invite misunderstandings, so I very much do not wish to discuss it.
What is it? Please, tell me. For a while, the doctor beat around the bush, but after saying that much, he wouldn't be able to fool Ange by dodging the subject. He eventually gave in, and after making Ange swear herself to secrecy again, he told her.
The truth is, several days after that accident, I received something by mail at my home.
By mail?
It was very curious. The sender was made out to be me, but I had no memory of it. Someone had faked my name and sent it. The destination was Ribun Island in Hokkaido. Excluding the northern territories, it is at the northernmost tip of Japan. The recipient was apparently a resident on Ribun Island, but the name was my father's.
Yeah, it gave us a little
stinger
sting noise, yeah.
However, it seemed that there was a problem with the destination address, so it was stamped as address unknown, and returned to the sender, me.
It was truly a strange tale. Nanjo's son's name was written as the sender. However, he said that he hadn't mailed the letter. In short, that meant that someone had faked his name and sent it. The destination was Nanjo Terumasa, on Hokkaido's Ribun Island. But the lot number written on it didn't exist, so the local post office had been unable to deliver it and instead sent it back to the sender, Nanjo's son. What was inside?
I do ask that you keep silent about this. It is extremely troublesome to me as well. And even so, I cannot throw it away.
The doctor stood up and faced the bookshelf. There was packed a group of dictionaries that could only have been ornamental.
meant to make it very clear that the owner was an intellectual. When he pulled several volumes out from there, a large brown envelope peeked out from behind them. He took that out and tossed it onto the desk. It had been carefully sealed with cellophane tape, and its faded color and dryness made it clear that it had been sealed 12 years ago.
I ask most solemnly for your silence on this matter.
Being so persistent that it was annoying, the doctor removed the seal with a paper knife. Then, when he tilted the envelope, an already opened mail envelope spilled out. I just realized I said paper knife like the knife was made out of paper, but it's a paper knife, not a paper knife.
Yeah, paper knife.
The envelope had a weight to it, hinting that there was something other than the letter inside. Isn't language such a funny thing? How the tone of your voice can make something have a completely different meaning. Anyways.
I gotta go find the image of like the sentence that can be read 7 different ways depending on your intonation.
Yeah. The recipient was clearly Nanjo Terumasa. Just seeing that was a huge shock. Following that incident, Nanjo's corpse had not been found, and he had eventually been treated as dead after going missing under extraordinary circumstances. Nanjo did it.
Nanjo Tris!
And despite that, this letter addressed to a Nanjo in Hokkaido existed. One could almost take this as a sign that he had faked his own death and escaped to Hokkaido. Was Dr. Nanjo really in Hokkaido? Or else was there another person with the same first and last names in Hokkaido?
If my father had somehow escaped from the accident and lived on in Hokkaido, that would have made us of his family very happy, regardless of the circumstances. I also thought of that possibility at first.
I found it.
What is it?
Are you going to eat that? Are you going to eat that? Are you going to eat that? Are you going to eat that?
Yeah.
Dang.
Oh.
Yeah.
I also thought of that possibility at first. However, the envelope's destination address does not exist. In short, this envelope was mail that had no way of reaching him.
Is there a possibility that the sender miswrote the correct address?
Of course, I cannot deny it. However, judging from the resident's house number, I find that hard to believe.
Hokkaido, Ribun Island, Ribun County, Ribun City, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Up until Ribun City, it's fine. But I just couldn't wipe away the feeling that the sequential number after it, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, was a little insincere. It felt like a fake number that some kid had made up.
They probably wrote a nonsense number that clearly didn't exist. I think it's natural to assume that from the very beginning this envelope was sent to a non-existent residence, to which it had no chance of being delivered.
In which case it was supposed to return to sender, which was you, quote-unquote. So you were supposed to get it. But for some reason they wanted to be roundabout and make it odd, instead of just sending it directly to you.
If the destination address doesn't exist, mail is generally returned to the sender. But even in the case of an incomplete address, the local post office will often courteously, and to the best of its ability, research to find whether the sender's intended destination exists. When they still can't find it, the mail is sometimes returned after an investigation of several days. It seemed that the same thing had happened with this envelope, and the stamp was postmarked on October 3rd. It was postmarked on Nijima. Nijima was a long way away from Ribun Island. On top of that, the destination was also nonsensical. It had taken more than a week for the mail to be returned. In other words, there was probably a high chance that having the envelope returned to the sender after an unfixed amount of time had been the goal from the very beginning. Why do something like that? Even before asking what it was that had been sent, this envelope was already wrapped in mystery.
inside it.
Go ahead.
After getting the doctor's permission, I tilted the already opened envelope. From the inside came a small folded letter and a small key with a number plate attached. Then, a magnetic card slid out. A112 was engraved on the key's number plate. I didn't know what it meant. The magnetic card was pitch black and had gold characters engraved in it.
It's Kinzo's credit card!
Yeah.
Members was written in English. The jet black gold lettered card design make it feel like something very high class.
Is there a secret society now? What the heck?
But of course, I didn't have a clue what kind of card it was just from that. I unfolded the letter. Its contents were extremely brief, and only the following was written.
A 2-second flash of bloody numbers.
07151129.
We've seen that before.
Was that in episode 3?
No.
2?
Yes.
Was it when they went to get Jessica from her room? It was when they were investigating one of the rooms. And wasn't it before they went in and it was on the door?
I can't wholeheartedly recall the context in which it was introduced in episode 2. I know the ultimate significance of it, so I'm going to refrain from saying much.
I remember I was hypothesizing about it being a date, but I didn't know for what reason it would be a date.
I will do some research and try to see if I can find the initial reference to it, so that way
And I also
you
think
have that intel.
in-game Battler was also like, that could be a date, but why would it be a date?
Yeah. Yeah, they discussed birthdays. I remember that. They discussed the birthdays, and they were like, well, that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. Also written was the name of a certain massive bank known throughout Japan, as well as the words Central Bank.
Is it like a password to get into a bank account?
That was all. And this is...
It's a card, a key, and a pin for a safe deposit box. Okay. And it wasn't a normal safe deposit box either. Then why did it appear during the middle of episode 2?
Interesting. Because I don't even remember if that had, like... I mean, obviously it's going to come up again at some point, but in that moment, I don't even remember if that played into, like, the murder or anything at the time.
Oh, I was wrong. It was episode 3.
Was it episode 3? Okay.
Yes, let's see. It was painted on the parlor door.
Yep. Okay. And so this was before they went in with... Was Maria in there, or am I crazy?
This is after Maria's already gone.
Okay, that's right. Maria died really early in 3.
Yeah.
So were they just getting ready to go in, and then it was like there? And they were like, WTF? What's going on?
Yeah, let me double check and see if I can find it here.
Because once they're in the parlor, that's when Ava shoots Jessica across the front of the face and blinds her.
This is it. It's when the whole rest of... So everybody spent a long time in the guest house in 3.
Yep.
This is when they all... Oh my gosh. The survivors decide to go into the mansion proper. And that's where they also then discover the bodies of Hideyoshi, Kyrie, Rudolph.
Yeah.
And along with that, on the parlor door,
Is that
0715-1129.
Okay. Interesting.
Yeah.
I'm assuming that that somehow is going to play into perhaps a no magic theory, because I don't see how it would play into a magic being there theory. But maybe it could. I don't know. I don't know what little tricks that weasel known as Beatrice has up her sleeves.
Indeed. The only
She's
other
been
thing worth
saving
noting-
it all the way since the middle of episode 3 to pull on Battler like at the last second. She would.
Yeah.
Do you remember approximately 80 hours ago in game?
Yeah, exactly. That was a Battler tier laugh, by the way. But anyway.
Yeah.
July 15th was Battler's birthday, but they did not know anybody who had a birthday on November 29th.
Yeah.
That was it. I think that's all the intel. Nanjo discussed about it perhaps being a magic square or some sort of number play.
Square.
That was the other thing.
Okay. I also don't believe that it's just a pin for a safe deposit box. I believe that it is and isn't at the same time.
Yeah.
Knowing how this game likes to play with my brain.
You don't think it's just a well-constructed 8-digit sequence?
Nope. It's got to be more than that. There's got to be more. Unless it would be really funny, unless Kinzo secretly this whole time has been like, yes, Battler's actually my favorite. And I'm going to use his number, his birthday, as my pin number.
True. Let's keep playing and find out, I guess.
And it wasn't a normal safe deposit box either. It was an unsettling one, which was apparently reserved only for special clients.
After he finished putting his affairs in order and... this is a narrator, not me. Excuse me.
After he finished putting his affairs in order and following his father's funeral, he had visited the bank.
Pin and key and card. There was no doubt that something of great importance was kept there, and he had been naturally curious about what it might be. At first, he hadn't known what to do. The card wasn't something he'd owned in the first place. When he mustered up his courage and showed the card to a bank clerk, he was then switched to a clerk of clearly high status and was guided to a large vault on the 4th basement. The security on the way there was strict. The doctor had himself stored valuable items, such as real estate transcripts, in safe deposit boxes before. But this was something on a whole different level.
Unlike the procedure at the deposit box I had been using, with this system, as long as you had a card, a pin, and a key, you didn't need to have your identity confirmed. But anyway, I was frightened at how imposing that secure vault was, and I wondered what kind of shady objects might await me that had to be stored in a place like this.
And then...
When I passed the card through the reader, I was asked to input the PIN, and after the 8-digit number was inputted and authenticated, I was permitted to access the vault. It was an incredible scene. A world like something from a sci-fi movie. The massive, dimly lit silver room was covered with doors to safes.
He had entered that room along with the clerk. It seems that as soon as the card was read, the vaults he had a right to were determined. So the safes he could open were lit with a green light, while those he couldn't were lit with a red one.
A112 was one of those safes that were marked. By the way, there were several other safes with a green lamp besides that one. I think there were at least 20. There might have even been more in the other corner. In any event, I only had the key to A112. I had no way of checking the contents of the other safes.
As the clerk watched, the doctor had unlocked and opened the safe. When he did, a safe drawer like a large cabinet had opened, and an expensive-looking duralumin?
Shoot.
Or duralumin.
I'm actually not sure how to pronounce it. I'd be looking. YouTube's gonna tell me. 1 second. Stand by.
Yep.
Duralumin.
Duralumin. An expensive-looking duralumin case peeked out. I'm assuming that's like a material.
A strong, hard, lightweight alloy of aluminum, widely used
Yep.
in aircraft construction.
That was carried into a separate room. where for the first time the clerk left and he was introduced to the contents.
The quick search says it was founded by a German metallurgist, and I just gotta say, what a cool title. When I die, I want to be called a metallurgist. Yeah, that's fire.
Go
That's
make
like
a new
alchemist.
metal. Go.
No.
You can be a metallurgist.
Can't I just like, I don't know, lick metal?
No. No,
What
that
is
would
a
be metal
metallurgist? It was
allergist.
freakologist. Oh. My bad.
And the contents were?
Cash.
Cash. How much?
I have heard that a pack of 1 million yen in fresh banknotes is precisely 1 centimeter thick. Since those were packed tightly into a duralumin case of such a size, there was probably 100 million in total. I don't know, because I didn't count. I didn't even touch it with my hands. I realized at once, this was dangerous money.
It isn't normal to store a whole 100 million yen in cash in a case in a safe like that. It's much easier to deal with if you put it into an account and turn it into numbers. When someone is unable to do that, then it's clear that there's something wrong with that cash.
My mind went blank, and I instantly realized that I mustn't get involved.
So you didn't use it at all?
Correct. I locked it back up, just as I'd found it, returned it to the original safe, and left. I have thought about throwing away that key and card, but I don't know what will happen. For that reason, I've been hiding it in the back of this bookcase for a full 12 years. I still do not know what kind of money that was.
Could I borrow this envelope?
No. Please just view it here.
Understood. Then, if you'll excuse me, there's something I want to investigate. I took One-chan's grimoire from the knapsack I had set down. Then I opened to the page with the paragraph Beatrice had written to One-chan and compared the handwriting on both. There was no mistake about the characteristic handwriting. The one who had sent this 100 million yen in cash was Beatrice herself. But what is it? Something's bugging me. What is it? What could it be?
That gets to be me. Give me 1 second while I write it down. Whoa.
Craig?
Yeah.
Craig Ushiromia?
No. If only, huh? Okay. I gotta give this guy a voice. I don't know what voice to give him. I kind of want to give him a Borat voice. Is that okay? That's probably okay, huh?
I suppose.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I got something like that in the mail. Hey, Ma, where'd you put that?
The same envelope and contents had been sent to Kumasawa's son, who had once lived with her. This is Kumasawa's son?
Yeah.
Aww. But he had been very busy in the days since, and seemed to have forgotten about it while running around all over the place. However, its strange contents had apparently stayed in his memory, and he remembered as soon as Ange mentioned it to him. After a bit of wait... Oh yeah, I forgot Kumasawa's family is from Nijima.
Mm-hmm.
His thin-lipped wife found the envelope, complaining that he always forgot where he put things right away. The modus operandi for the sender and the recipient was the same as Nanjo's son's. The sender was made out to be Kumasawa's son, and the recipient was Kumasawa Chiyo. And the destination address was in the Okinawa Prefecture. Okinawa Prefecture, Yaeyama County, Yonaguni City. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Opposite ends of Japan.
Yeah.
Okinawa and Hokkaido, and the most northern tip of Hokkaido. Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Yonaguni Island was at the westernmost tip of Japan, and the lot name was the exact same sequential number that had been apparently chosen without much care. Now it was certain. This envelope was definitely sent with the goal of having it be returned to the sender. Minecraft achievement? Its contents were exactly the same. A letter with the pin and the bank's main branch written on it. A magnetic card. A key with an attached number plate. The inscription on the number plate was A113, and the number right after the one on the key that had been sent to Nanjo. Most likely inside the vault was the same kind of duralumin case packed with 100 million yen in cash. But why?
Why indeed?
The humans who weren't part of the Ushiromiya family, their families got some money as recompense, but why?
From Beatrice, no less.
From Beatrice, no less, but why?
Why indeed? I get the feeling my dead mother sent it to me from beyond the grave. Don't really get what's inside, and it's creepy, so I just left it alone all the time and totally forgot about it until today. This has evolved into walking, but I don't care. So you know what this is, girl? Could it be that the same kind of thing came to your place? What is it, Ange-sama? What are you? Is it a headache? A headache?
Sorry, my head hurts. I've got it. I know.
What do you mean you know? You don't mean this envelope came to your place too, Ange-sama?
It did? I've remembered.
The music, oh my gosh.
A strange envelope was also sent to me 12 years ago. After losing my entire family, I was depressed. But it was a really strange thing to come in the mail, so I still had a faint memory of it. It was a strange letter, which I had no memory of sending, but which had me as the sender. I forget the destination address, but the named recipient had been Ushiromiya Rudolph, my father. I remember how disturbed I was when I got a letter I thought was from father and opened it up and found a key and a card that I didn't really understand. I felt let down and threw it away somewhere, I think. Where did I put that envelope? I probably lost it somewhere in the chaos that followed. By now, I have no way of checking its contents. However, I have a general idea. I'm sure the contents were the same. Without a doubt, there had been a key, a card, and a note with a pin inside the envelope. Beatrice. What was she trying to do here? So, did she hand out this stupid money to all the surviving relatives? I won't forgive her for mocking them even after their deaths.
Who do you, Angie?
Sakutaro acted nervously. As I looked at his worrying face, my agitation began to cool off a bit by bit. I'm sorry. My hatred of Beatrice isn't anything new. I was just surprised and angry to find out that I had a connection with the witch already, at the age of 6, on that day.
For the past 12 years, you've been constantly enslaved by Beatrice-sama's curse. This might be proof of that, a curse. But please, hang in there. Breaking through that was supposed to be part of the goal of this journey.
That's right. Just letting the blood rise to my head won't get me anywhere. Gotta think calmly. What's going on? What's the meaning of handing out 100 million yen to the relatives? Is she trying to provoke us? Damn that Beatrice.
Ange, calm down. You...
As Sakutaro buried his head in my stomach, he urged me to stay calm. I took another deep breath and started thinking. You haven't been thinking? This whole time, Ange? I wonder if this envelope was sent to support the theory that Beatrice was behind that crime.
It was postmarked right before the family conference. and it was intentionally set up so they would be sent back after some time. They wanted it to arrive after the incident. Is that it?
Yeah, that's what it implies. But it raises a few questions. Why use such an uncertain method?
Uncertain?
Yes. After all, no one could even guess at how many days it would take for the mail to return before you used this trick. And normally you couldn't even guess at the amount of time it would take for the receiving post office to do their research, determine that the recipient was unknown, and return it.
Yeah, now that you mention it, it'd be more dependable if they just set an arrival date and mailed it that way. What do you... Maybe, but still, if they mailed it the day before, then no matter how quickly it returned, it would probably arrive Monday or later.
Good to know that the demons and spirits all have a very in-depth understanding of the Japanese postal system.
It's kind of like Men in Black. The postal system is actually just demons and devil work. If you think about it. I wonder if they wanted to make it seem like a letter from the dead.
A letter from the dead, you say? You're right. It surprised me, and it made me feel bad. Some mail with my dead family's name written on the outside in large letters was thrown into the mailbox with an ominous label attached. However, it doesn't really make sense to me. I would have mailed it to arrive on a specific day. I just can't understand why someone would allow the uncertainty of it arriving on a day other than the one they imagined.
Something, gotta put a little roulette in it.
Who do you? But it really does sound like Beato to me.
Huh? You know about Beato?
Well, I only talked with her a little. Still, I can pretty much accept that Beato would do something like this. Can't you imagine that happening too, Mammon? Beato likes pranks like this, right? Yeah, that might be true. I wouldn't put it past Beatrice, so I'm gonna try a vicious prank like a letter from the dead. No, that's not all. Beatrice would find it more interesting to do it through an uncertain method instead of one that was absolutely certain.
Again, you gotta remember, sometimes people don't act in the most direct and easy method to do things because they have their own personalities.
Yeah.
She would find an uncertain method interesting.
Oh.
I remembered Maria One-chan's diary. It had described playing with Beatrice very often. During those times, Beato sometimes played pranks on the adult relatives with Maria. But those pranks always had a touch of witch aesthetics, which was that they were more interesting when they were uncertain.
And now she's employed by the Witch of Certainty. How ironic.
Isn't it?
One day, Maria One-chan and Beato decided to use a wind-up mini-car she had brought for a prank. It was a popular toy at the time, and if you made the mini-car back up, it would wind up the spring in the tires, and when you let go, it would race forwards.
I just got some really good news.
What?
I just mathed out the remaining voices, and I figured out some of the upcoming voices, and now I'm really happy.
Oh no.
Oh yes.
I don't know if that's good or bad for me.
Well, I don't know, honestly. I guess it depends on your definition. I think the one you're gonna get is gonna be easier to do.
Okay.
But, which also, I should probably be a little bit more upset, because the one I'm excited about is gonna be hard, but fun.
Dang.
So, exactly.
They had wound up that mini-car and set it behind a milk jug. In other words, the prank was that if you lifted the milk jug, the mini-car would jump forwards and surprise whoever did it. Hoping that someone would get caught in this prank, One-chan and Beato had watched the adults from the shadows for their whole tea time. They were looking forward to seeing someone get caught by it, but no one moved the trap milk jug, and the trap ended in a misfire.
No one wanted milk with their tea.
When One-chan had then muttered, "We should have put it somewhere where it would have definitely caught someone," Byato apparently said this.
The most interesting and thrilling traps are those where you don't know who will get caught, or even if anyone will get caught at all.
It's probably true that you wouldn't get this kind of excitement from a trap that would certainly go off. Similar accounts occurred in multiple places, making it possible to guess that the witch called Beatrice had a fickle character and loved a random thrill.
I can kind of relate. I don't know if that's good or not.
I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing.
Okay.
Just because Beatrice has some evil proclivities doesn't necessarily mean that everything she does is evil.
True. It's
I
like
can
the thing
understand
about,
it as well. Yeah.
Bad Germany people had dogs, right?
Yep.
A fickle person is very hard to deal with.
Oh, hey, potato.
What?
We have a potato in chat.
Oh, hi, potato.
You've got a lot of catching up going on.
Yeah, this is it's a visual novel, so
Yeah.
we're just reading and narrating it. But it's a murder mystery with a lot of fantasy intertwined into it.
Yeah.
And it's very well written. It is very
Yes.
good. But also, we are... So there's 8 episodes in the game. And we're in episode 4. We're almost halfway through. And it has taken us over a year to get here. Streaming about once a week for like 3 hours every week. If not a little more sometimes. So it's very long. It's a very long visual novel.
Yep.
And honestly, I've said it before, I don't really want to just explain everything to you because I think it's worthwhile to go watch all of it.
True. We appreciate your viewership here and now, definitely, and especially any likes you want to throw at us and subscriptions. But I would highly encourage you, this video, this VOD will be here. If this is your first time being here, go back, start wherever you need to start from, and catch up to us. Because you're missing on peak. You're missing out on peak.
You're missing on peak and you're missing on so much story that you need to be clued in on.
Yep.
I'm pretty sure
we'll
every single person that we have voice acted this episode is not here in the beginning of the story.
Yeah.
Except Maria and Beatrice, who just appeared on screen.
Yeah. But don't worry. We'll be here. Come back. If you don't want to and you just want to hang out, that's fine. Maybe you can put it together.
Yeah, if you can
as
figure
go
out the
along.
mystery with the information available to you right now, you're better than I am. You're much farther along. That's also the gimmick, is Pertusit has watched all of this game before and knows everything about it. It's my first time playing it, so we've got a veteran newbie dynamic going on.
Indubitably.
Anyways,
Yeah, back into the action.
a fickle person is very hard to deal with. I can't spin the chessboard around to find out what that witch from 12 years ago was planning.
I was about to be like, Ange, how do you know that terminology? But then I remembered it's her mother.
Her mother? Yeah.
Because I was like, only Kyrie talked to Badler about that. Oh, wait.
Oh, well, thanks, Potato. Like I said, we encourage anything you'd like to do, but, you know.
But you can be
I
here
think
if
the
you
best
want.
move is that. Yeah. Whatever you'd like. Start from the beginning is what I'd advise if you care about the game or the visual novel. But if you just care about us, shoot, bro. Just hang out with us.
Yep. We'll be here 2 days a
Yep.
week. We did bump it up to 2 days a week.
Yeah, and hey,
So
maybe
that we
if
can
you do
hopefully get
start-
done with it before another year passes.
Yeah. If you do start over, though, depending on how much time you have to watch stuff, you might catch back up to this moment and then, you know, surpass it, which will be kind of interesting, I think.
And you'll get to see our journey of voicing new characters and our voice acting getting better, or maybe worse. I don't know.
And Levi slowly piecing together the mystery while me trying desperately not to reveal anything.
Yes. As Anja examined these,
Her gaze darted from place to place.
I do like the Kumasawa family residence.
It's very
Very open air.
rustic.
Then, she suddenly showed interest in the wall. There, several framed pictures were hung.
Oh.
Most of them were commemorative photos from when the relatives of the Kumasawa family gathered or went somewhere to play, and Kumasawa was in several. And she still wore a smile that made it so that you could almost hear her light-hearted laugh.
It's part of my distant memory, but I definitely remember that she was this sort of cheerful old lady. Did you notice anything different about Kumasawa-san in the days leading up to the incident?
Nope. She looked the same as ever. The family conference put her on edge, so she was always grumbling about how tough it was.
What's this? Among the several frames, there was one that had something other than a picture of people in it. It was a picture of an enlarged relief of a door from a Western-style house or something. You couldn't see any interesting subject in particular, which actually bugged me a bit, as I wondered why anyone had gone to all the trouble of taking it. As I got closer, I realized that some characters had been written with a pen.
Oh yeah, that's a photo I got when Mother's belongings were distributed. I think it probably has something to do with that legend of the gold thing.
The witch's epitaph, you mean? It was whispered that it pointed out the location of the hidden 10 tons of gold. So Kumasawa-san tried to solve it too. But this isn't the epitaph. It's the first time I've seen it. There was an arch above a Western-style door, and that's where the relief was. English words were engraved there, and that seemed to be what the picture was focused on. The pen writing appeared to be a translation into Japanese. This door is opened only at a probability of a quadrillion to 1. You will be blessed only at a probability of quadrillion to 1. I don't recognize it. Nothing like this ever showed up in the epitaph or One-chan's diary.
Umineko suddenly throwing 14 different things into the mix in episode 4 just so that I can't figure out the mystery.
Do you remember that phrase?
Quadrillion is somewhere. The
That
word
exact
quadrillion is somewhere.
phrase was,
That exact phrase?
Yeah.
I do not remember where that exact phrase. Well, I remember the word quadrillion.
Mm-hmm.
Is it
was
in
episode
the
1.
church? Well, if it was in episode 1, then it wasn't in the church because the church wasn't in episode 1. It was in episode 1.
Mm-hmm.
1 in a quadrillion.
Perhaps.
It wasn't when Bernkastel talked to us and said that we had set our chances, was it?
No, in fact, if I recall correctly, it may have been in episode 2. I have to look it up again to double check. It blends together for me at this point.
Mm-hmm.
But it is engraved on the outside of the church.
It is, okay. Because, yeah, I don't believe the church is in episode 1.
It's there.
But they don't, go to it, I'm pretty sure.
Nothing happens in it.
Yeah.
Versus episode 2. But, see, I can't remember.
Because episode 2, it all kicks off with the church. That's where they start figuring out people were murdered, is in the church,
Yes.
in episode 2.
Yeah, I can't remember if they read the whole line out, or if they were simply, I know they discussed it, and Battler was like, I can't read it because I don't know English very well.
Yep.
And then, I don't know if anybody ever read the whole thing, or I remember George was like, that's quadrillion.
Okay, so
can't
the whole
remember.
thing was there, but they might not have read all of it because they're like, English.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay.
I can't
I
recall for
remembered
certain.
quadrillion. I remembered that specifically being mentioned. Interesting.
Yep.
And it's also odd that the church hasn't really come up since episode 2. Either.
But that's all there is for that. In any case,
Okay.
in Mother's belongings, there were quite a few photos and notes that looked like her trying to solve the riddle of the epitaph. Mother was actually surprisingly fond of that kind of thing. And there was that rumor that 10 tons of gold bars were hidden somewhere. It's no surprise she got so absorbed by it.
In both Maria Onechan's diary and in her grimoire, there was a description of the witch's epitaph. It had talked about how it was a ceremony to open the door to the Golden Land, Beatrice's resurrection ceremony, Beatrice's succession ceremony. On and on. Maybe the most interesting one was that last part about it being a succession ceremony. According to Beatrice, if you were able to solve the witch's epitaph, you would receive not only the 10 tons of gold and the Ushiromiya family inheritance, but her own magical power and name, as well as the title of Golden Witch. Among the Ushiromiya family household at the time, the witch's epitaph was thought of as a difficult quiz which the family head Kinzo had arranged to choose his successor. But with the Mariage Sorcière interpretation, the questioner was Beatrice herself, and she had posed the question in part to choose her successor. There were slight discrepancies in the details of the two interpretations. Either way, its ominous contents brought to mind a bloody serial murder, and both of the message bottles drew a tale of a crime following that pattern. If I could solve the witch's epitaph now, 12 years later, I wonder if I could expose some plot made back then. I tried to solve it many times myself, but I never did have a clue what it meant. It seems that many witch hunters tried as well. I also found theories like the La Plata theory and the Enora theory in certain books. However, neither of these theories were conclusive. Are there any other materials?
I think so, but they were all split up between me siblings. I don't have a clue who has what. Sorry.
Just reading this English text that Kumasawa-san took a picture of, it gives me the impression that this was a forbidden door that was rarely opened. But where in the mansion is it, I wonder? Judging by the lighting, it looks like it's outside. I wonder if Kumasawa-san thought that the gold might be hidden in there.
Who knows? Either way, I do wonder where in the Rokinjima mansion it was. I hate to say it, but there wasn't enough money in Mother's bank account to make me think she found the gold. She probably didn't find it after all.
The Golden Witch Beatrice gave 10 tons of gold to Kinzo, which meant that the witch was the true owner of the gold. Beatrice was the owner of all of the vast fortune of the Ushiromiya family. The witch holding this vast wealth had massacred the humans on Rokenjima on that day, sending large amounts of money to the surviving relatives, like it was a game. Like hell, it's a letter from the dead. This is a desecration of the dead. I was once again convinced. When my family died on that island that day, they didn't go to heaven. They're being trapped by the witch even now, and are being desecrated and tormented for all eternity.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
If only you knew, Ange. We're 4 episodes in of it.
Mm-hmm.
The last place Ange visited was a store in the region between the housing district and the retail stores, with a signboard saying Marufuku Sleep Shop. Calendar designed to look like an air vent. There lived the man who had been the boat captain of the ferry boat to Rokenjima at the time. Even he, who had once lived as a man of the sea, had retired after contracting a serious illness and was now taken care of at the house of his son and his wife. Dang!
Another one. And
He's
this one will
real?
be you.
And they didn't show him to us? That whole time?
That is, honestly, it should be indication of the importance he had to the Ushiromiyas.
True.
Yeah.
I remember it very well.
I'm so glad. I was really hoping.
You were still about this small. Look how you've grown. And it must have been very tough on you. I know very well how you must feel. The former boat captain was in such high spirits that you couldn't really tell he had retired in the first place. His memory seemed clear too, and he couldn't remember the events of more than a decade ago. And he could remember the events of more than a decade ago well, apparently even about how Ange had been at the time. I'm Ange.
Mm-hmm.
I remember you now, bringing up the whole thing about the boat captain, being the last person to see them. You sly dog.
Yeah.
The way he chatted on was very helpful for Ange. But at the same time, sorry, I'm distracted by the calendar that looks like an air vent. But at the same time, he also remembered the final family conference very well. And the fact that he remembered even details like Badler's fall madness on the boat was actually painful for her. Dang.
Okay. As the game did mention, this was her final stop, so if you'd like, we could now take a look at our trio of new characters.
Oh.
Staying up.
Yeah. Look at us. It's the dream team. It's...
Mm-hmm. You've heard of the A team, buddy. This is the Z team.
Nanjo Masayuki. Nanjo's son inherited the Nanjo Clinic. Unlike Nanjo, he seems to be a more sobered, indifferent person. After the rampage surrounding Rokenjima, he grew to completely despise the press, and he never spoke again of what happened around that time. He once had a daughter afflicted with an incurable disease, but unfortunately, she wasn't able to live out her natural lifespan.
That's a crazy lore drop that I never even knew.
Kumasawa Sabakichi, Kumasawa's son, works at the Nijima fishing harbor. He must have gotten his carefree, big-hearted personality from Kumasawa. Many of Kumasawa's sons are fishermen, so they're often away from land for their work. This one happens to work at the harbor, so it was only a coincidence that... Ange. It was only a coincidence that I managed to get in touch with him. Kumasawa loved to talk, so I did hope he might have heard her let something slip. But
I don't know what the character is on his shirt, unfortunately.
I can't say.
It's probably just like mackerel or something.
Kumasawa would. She got all of her sons matching sweaters one year.
Yep.
They all just said mackerel on them. An old man, Captain Kawabata. An old man who used to be a captain of a high-speed boat that went to and from Rokenjima. Nanjo looks like my grandpa, Potato says. Well, that's Nanjo Jr. 1 second, wait.
Yeah, I wonder how...
Here's Nanjo Sr.
Yeah.
That's his papa.
Attending physician, Nanjo. I never noticed that it said that.
I don't think it did originally.
That's what I was thinking. It was Nanjo Terumasa, right?
Yeah.
Interesting.
I'm just making sure.
Those all say servant now, too.
Yup. Why do you torment me so, Umineko? I know you're changing them for a reason, Umineko. I just do not know what the reason is.
I don't know what the deal is with that. But yeah, I wonder how old Nanjo Jr. is, Masayuki. Because he's got gray hair.
But Nanjo was really old.
was old. Yeah.
So it would make sense that his son would probably be a little older.
Because
And it's been 12 years since his death.
By the time of 1986, I would assume that his son was probably an adult already, just because Nanjo was really old.
Yeah.
So I would say he's probably like 50s, maybe, his son, this Nanjo.
I'd believe it. 50s, maybe 60s if Nanjo was kind of a freak. But
What if instead of Nanjo,
Freak
what
Joe?
if instead of Dr. Nanjo, they called him Freak Nanjo?
This guy has had all the freak sapped out of him, though.
Yeah,
Anyway.
Anyways, Captain Kawabata.
Mhm.
We're back.
Yeah.
Who's the red one? Wait, I'm getting asked photos for like the first time. Did I say photos?
Yeah.
I'm getting asked questions. It's because he said photo, so I said photo. The red means they are deceased. They are
Yep.
no longer with us if they're red. So where we are right now, I mean, I guess it's kind of spoilery, but not. I'll just say this lady basically died of old age where we are now, so that's why she's dead.
Yeah.
Captain Kawabata. An old man who used to be a captain of a high-speed boat that went to and from Rokenshima. At least among those still alive, he's certainly the person most familiar with matters concerning Rokenshima. The media hoped he might have learned details of the situation inside the Ushiromiya family from various discussions with servants going to and from the island. However, he never said anything, so they eventually began to forget this old man. He's a bro. He does know things, but he kept it all secret.
He's the captain, bro.
I'm sorry, Potato. I cannot second your sentiment there. Anyways. It had been so back then as well, but even now there was no public way to cross to Rokenjima. It was necessary to make an individual request to an owner of a boat to make the voyage. I bet the Ushiromi was paid real well. I'd been unable to arrange a boat to Rokenjima, so if he refused me, such a voyage would probably become hopeless.
I get ya. It won't be easy to find a boat eager to go to that island. By now, there are even some who call it by its old name, Akujikishima, instead of Rokenjima. It's understandable why the sailors around here would turn down your request. From the start, fishermen had feared Rokenjima as an island of misfortune. And because of that incident 12 years ago, this fear had reached a peak. They respected the sea, feared it, and revered it. There were almost no sailors who would try to take a boat to the cursed island. Because of that, most of the witch hunters were unable to cross over to Rokenjima, and were limited to taking a trip around the island. Ironically, this had caused the sense of mystery surrounding Rokenjima to increase even more, which had resulted in the propagation of the bizarre witch stories they love so much.
Why? Not why. I'm all over the place. Would you take me in your boat?
Yep. They're supposed to give it back to me just for tomorrow. Though it seems its engine has been in a pretty bad mood lately. I'll knock it into shape.
The former boat captain promised that tomorrow he would go back to his previous job and take his boat out to Rokenjima. It's that easy. I like him. I like him already.
Now, my method of transport to Rokenjima is insured. This is probably all I can do on Nijima. All that's left is tomorrow. On Rokenjima, I'll reach the final destination of a journey that stretches back 12 years.
Isn't that great? This way it looks like you'll be able to go to the island.
It sure does. I'd heard that it would be hard to find a boat, so the boat's captain's helpfulness really saved me.
Although it may not be the same as it was for you, Ange-sama, I'm sure the incident 12 years ago has been a thorn for the boat captain as well. One that he still hasn't been able to pull out.
Even the boat captain wasn't able to sort out his feelings this whole time.
That's probably true. If that guy had taken his boat out on October 5th as promised, there's a chance he could have saved a lot of people. If he hadn't been hesitant to go out just because of a little wind.
Can you imagine the circumstance where, like, everyone's getting murdered and then just out of the storm, the Chad boat captain weathers an entire typhoon to save the remaining Ushiromiya family?
I was paid to do a job.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do it. Yeah, Sakutaro's a little cutie patootie. You should have seen him in his original form.
You and the Seven Stakes both. You.
You shouldn't say things like that. I'm sure that's pained the boat captain constantly until today.
You're the reason my
Back to
family died.
reality.
You're the reason my family died. No, I'm kidding. It's all your fault. It's all your fault.
Nightmare, nightmare, nightmare.
Nightmare, nightmare, nightmare.
Oh. Apparently, they truly had been right in the middle of a typhoon on October 5th. According to the boat captain, he had known for certain that they'd be trapped by the typhoon if they headed to Rokkenjima on October 4th. But the family had been very persistent about the date of their conference, which had been determined beforehand. It was only natural. Drink a shot. All of the relatives had been very busy at the time, and they came to the family conference only after arranging their schedules beforehand, and it wasn't like they were extremely desperate to get something from the conference or anything. It was probably a situation where they couldn't easily push it back to the next week just because a typhoon was approaching.
I'm sorry, I was looking up the original thing of the nightmare clip because I'm realizing that, like, out of nowhere recently I've been using it more.
Yeah.
And I don't think I've ever seen the source, and I just watched it, and it's really funny.
I don't think I've ever seen the source either.
It's the Eric Andre show.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's funny. Yep. Nightmare, nightmare, nightmare. Let me take a sipper. It wasn't the boat captain's fault. Yes, it was. It's all his fault. But perhaps you could say that he wasn't so irresponsible that he could place the blame wholly upon the typhoon. Certainly, just as these two said, there's no doubt that the boat captain has been dragging the events of 12 years ago along with him this whole time.
And by taking me, the last member of the Ushiromiya line, to the island, and bringing me back safely, he might be trying to find some resolution for his past.
The boat is supposed to return just this afternoon. I'll guide you to Rokkenjima after that, so we should arrive before evening. It's an island without electricity or lights. You won't be able to stay long. Will you be satisfied with a landing that short?
And there's nothing that would make me more satisfied by staying longer. I'm grateful just to have you take me there.
Yep. Don't mention it. If I hadn't parted with my boat, I'd be able to guide you to the island as much as you liked, without being stingy.
It's not like I have a goal of doing something in particular on Rokkenjima. So, I'll be there during the evening. The evening, which straddles the two different worlds of day and night, seemed almost like a borderline between this world and the next. Or possibly 1998 and 1986. And it felt like the most fitting time to visit Rokkenjima. It's not like I have anything particular to do there. Just staying there for a few hours should be enough for me to find some closure. You're setting up so many flags, Ange. You're gonna find out so many things, I bet.
Yeah, I also just double checked because I was curious since those dates are coming up in this year.
Yeah?
If we keep to our normal schedule, we will stream on the 6th, the day that it all ends.
Umineko-con.
True, Umineko.
I wonder if we'll finish chapter 4 or episode 4 on that day. That would be crazy.
I hope not, because I think we should get it done before then.
Dang.
That would be... something would have to go wrong.
October 6th is only well, we are streaming 2 times a week now, so yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I guess.
Okay.
At that time, there was a small knock on the door, on the paper sliding door, and Amakusa stuck in his head, tapping his watch. I nodded back and told him about how I had succeeding in reserving a boat for tomorrow.
That's great. It's about time for us to go. We'll be counting on you tomorrow, Captain. Sure, leave it to me. I've heard all about what you guys have gone through. I've also watched the talk shows at the time and was disgusted by the people who stirred up that incident just for fun. I'll help out any way I can.
Thank you very much. Then, we'll see you tomorrow at noon. Here, the fare for the boat. Ange took a wrapped wad of 10,000 yen bills from her pocket. The boat captain should have noticed its thickness as well, but he paid it absolutely no interest and shook his head.
I'm grateful to you. This is a sign from the heavens. I've been given a final chance to take you to Rokenjima and bring you back safely. Now, I'll finally be able to finish the job Kinzo-san entrusted me with. So, I'm grateful to you. I got more than enough money from Kinzo-san back then. I can't accept yours.
Thank you very much.
Watch your step on the stairs. It's steep.
I went down the steep staircase that was the exact opposite of accessible. It was getting hard to believe that there was actually a chest of drawers and a TV in the room upstairs. Most of the first floor was a bedding store, with many futons piled up on each other. We weaved our way through the cramped futon shop. After cautiously checking around outside, Amakusa dashed out first and started up the car.
My grandchild's room is empty. I really wouldn't mind if you stayed there. As you see, we got plenty of extra futons.
Thanks a lot for the offer. But this way, even if the unexpected happens, you won't be bothered.
I don't know the details, but it seems you've been caught up in a lot of trouble. There's a rumor that some suspicious folk are searching for someone. That wouldn't happen to be you, would it?
Who knows? Ange played dumb, but it looked as though the boat captain had guessed.
My job is to take guests to Rokenjima and bring them back again. That job was put on hold 12 years ago, and it still hasn't ended. So thanks to you, I'll finally be able to finish it. So listen, let me finish this job, okay? Do you understand me?
Yeah. It's not like I'm going there to die. But part of me does feel that if I could die on that island, I'd surely be able to go where my family is. I've finally become aware of it. I might have been planning to die on that island. I might have come all this way, heading towards Rokenjima, in search of a place to die. The boat captain had guessed that as well. That's why he repeatedly told me not to die. Yeah. I won't die. I promise. After all, I'm still not sure if there's any reason why I need to go to Rokenjima.
No. I'm sure there's a reason. Even if there isn't one for you, there is one for them. The island called you. That's why you came here.
that might be true. I might have been called. I was called. For what reason? For them. Father, Mother, Battler Oni-chan, and Maria One-chan. Or maybe the Golden Witch, Beatrice. What is Onro, Kenjima? And what will I achieve? Even though tomorrow is finally almost here, I still haven't been able to understand my own mission.
Oh, it's Sumadera time.
There was the sound of a car stopping in front of the store, and a short honk could be heard.
Oh no, okay, it might just be Amakusa. I might be crazy.
Then, I'll see you tomorrow. If you'll excuse me.
Yep.
Winding between the stacks of futons in the cramped store, I was about to go outside.
Oh, is it Sumadera time?
Then, my feet stopped.
What is it?
What is that?
That? What? What are you talking about?
Trembling all over.
Trembling? Ange is not one to tremble.
Trembling.
I pointed at it. But no matter how much the boat captain squinted, he noticed absolutely nothing in that direction that should have surprised me. That must mean.
Impossible. Why?
What is it?
Who are you? Ange? What does it mean? What's going on here?
Please do not cut away from this, Umineko. I will be so upset.
I don't have a clue either. There's no way something that ridiculous. Is this magic? A miracle? Yes, this is probably fate. Now, I understand. This was my mission.
Who are you?
I don't have a clue what.
Shaking, I pointed into the thin darkness inside the store and froze up.
What is it? You see something there, don't you? I don't see anything. What is it you see?
Thank you, Captain. Everything was fate. Even me visiting this place was fate. This is the mission and the purpose that I'm going to Rokenjima for.
Ange-san! What is it? Is something wrong? I don't have a clue either. This girl just froze up while pointing into the darkness. Ange-san? Are you okay? What can you see?
Can't you two see it? It's that right there. Can't you see it?
All I can see is a normal display case. There's no one there, right?
Who are you? Ange? I don't know what's going on. Is this a dream? Magic? What is it? Ange?
I wish I knew what she was seeing.
Sakutaro lifted his face towards Ange. From his eyes slid a single tear.
Ange-sama.
I understand, One-chan. And Beatrice.
Who are you?
This is magic, isn't it?
I hate you. I hate you. I hate you. I hate you.
I actually don't even know what it is.
She got a little Maria pilled there for a second.
Yeah.
She got angry when Amakusa and Kawabata were like, I can't see it. And she was like, it's there!
Yeah. The
It's
witch gave it to
real.
me. Yeah.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah.
Well, that was the chapter. What time is it? Oh, we're good.
Yeah. I don't know how late you're willing to go.
I can go a little longer.
I'm hoping we can get through the next 2 chapters, because all that we did just now was 1 chapter.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Let me sip up.
A test?
Yes. Listen well.
Once again, there was a call from Kraus to the guest house. And the message was that Kinzo wanted to hold a test to see if the grandchildren had the qualifications to become his successor.
The head has said that his successor will not be one of us siblings, that he wants to pick from among his grandchildren.
From Kraus's restrained style of speech, Jessica realized as his daughter that he was being forced to speak. And she was forced to realize that the hostages were being exposed to danger even now, and that if they refused this test, there was a possibility that the hostages would be harmed.
Then, what should we do?
Indeed. Hold on.
Kraus put down the receiver, then looked at the grinning Kinzo on the other side of the bars. Kinzo gave his next order.
I'm still looking. Well,
He says he's still looking.
Yeah, I looked up what it was. That was what Ange was supposed to see, and apparently you can see that what she saw in the backgrounds.
Dang!
And I can't find it, but I'll look for it later, I guess. Okay. That's crazy. If what I read is true, that's crazy. Anyway. Before the test, those not involved must be removed. Goda and Kumasawa are there, I believe. It will be a problem if they interfere with the test. Banish them from the guest house.
Banish, you say?
There should be a gardening storehouse in the rose garden. Lock Goda and Kumasawa in there. We'll begin from there. Tell them to do it immediately. My weapons will be watching. If they happen to do anything questionable, I'll instantly stop the test and execute all of you as sacrifices.
I understand. Hello, Jessica. Listen closely to what I say.
Kraus relayed the orders to lock up Goda and Kumasawa.
What kind of test are you planning?
It truly is a simple test. I only want my grandchildren to show me their resolve. Well then, I wonder what kind of results they'll show me.
Looking disgusted, Kyrie watched Kraus, who was talking with the children.
Oh, I don't know who you're talking about, Potato, but you're probably right no matter who it is.
I think he's talking about Kinzo because we hung on Kinzo for a minute because you were looking for something.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, you really gotta go back and watch from the beginning. Like, this family's real messed up, man. There's a lot of things wrong with all of them.
It's a bit frigged up.
The children are the most stable out of all of them.
Yeah.
I hate it, but for now, we cannot refuse orders.
And some of the spouses are pretty okay, too. Like, Kyrie's pretty okay, although she does have a moment. Hideyoshi's pretty good. Although he does kind of follow along with Eva from time to time, and so that's kind of a negative point for him. But, regardless.
Natsu's aight.
That's he's aight. She got that one-winged eagle engraved in her heart, baby.
The best one is probably Maria's dad.
I thought you were going to say Rosa Umineko.
No.
In this dungeon, a feeble resistance won't amount to anything. If we provoke him too much and drive him into a position where he might kill us, there will no longer be any way to stop this murderer. For now, the only choice left is to obey his rules without agitating him, all the while waiting for an opportunity.
However, if we continue to obediently follow his commands, the children might be attacked in this so-called test, and they might even lose their lives. Whether we feign obedience or try to resist, nothing will cause the situation to improve. Anyway, straining our eyes so that we don't let a single chance escape until the very end is the only resistance possible now. While telling herself this, Kyrie watched over Kraus as he delivered Kinzo's orders.
Kyrie-san, let us be patient.
I understand. It's unfortunate, but all we can do right now is wait. If only we could do something about these bars, we'd be able to return to the mansion.
If only we could somehow get out of here. I'll try something. Kinzo-san, I have a request.
What is it, my friend?
I need to go to the little boy's room.
True.
We understand well that you want to test the children. It is fine for you to do as you desire. Without your power, the Ushiromio family might have been destroyed long ago. We truly understand why you want to carefully select the person who will take charge. Besides, that is what the family conference is all about. We won't get in your way.
Your insight is useful. That's right. This is the family conference. The final family conference, where I will select my successor.
And yet, Kinzo-san, it is far too cold here. Since we won't interfere with your test, couldn't you take us to a slightly warmer place?
The immediate change of expression.
Yeah. I also forgot to mention, last chapter was called, which was all the way from visiting other Dr. Nanjo to the very end.
It was the beginning of this episode, this stream, to then.
Was called My Mission. And this one, because I wanted to do a roll credits, is called Final Family Conference.
Ah. The phone is connected.
True. Let me see what the songs are in this one, if we got anything funny.
Oh. Now my mind is swimming because I'm trying to figure out what it was Ange saw. It wasn't the number, was it? It wasn't like that pin number or something.
I can't say.
I know you can't.
I will say, there is one funny one from the last one. Maybe two. Maybe three even, actually. I'll go in order. There's a song called Mind, like just straight up in English, all lowercase, Mind. And in parentheses it says, theorizing the envelope. And then there was Novelette, and in parentheses, transportation secured.
Dang.
And then the last one was called F-style, and then in parentheses, Ange sees something.
Dang.
Yeah.
With context, the last two are funny. The first one's funny even without context. Theorizing over the envelope.
The phone is ringing. There's so many good ones. Okay.
At Nanjo's words, the slight signs that Kinzo's mood had been improving were blown away. Nanjo was struck with a moment of silence as Kinzo gazed at him with dangerous eyes, as though appraising him. He's gonna say just you, isn't he?
Certainly, this place is cold. It's tough on an old body. Master, Wouldn't it be all right if we moved them upstairs?
I see Virgilius playing the angel on the shoulder.
I cannot do that!
Dang.
Are you naive, Nanjo? So, by acting as though you'll skip this turn, you truly and splendidly advance your strategy? I'm not falling for that, you see? If you're freezing, then why don't I line the floor with red-hot coals?
My apologies.
Virgilia had tried to help out, but in the end, Kinzo would not comply.
Yeah. You two sure are obedient. If you felt like it, you could easily break these bars.
Even if we break them, nothing will come of it.
Of course. If you were to break these, it would mean the end of Goldsmith's game.
I just want to say, I really appreciate the fact that they put the people on the right sides of the bars.
Yeah, it is. It's a small detail, but nice.
It's a very small detail, but I feel like most visual novels wouldn't care enough.
Yeah.
And wouldn't go through with the effort. Also, Virgilia is majestic, Potato. I 100% agree with you.
True. The further you see more of this, the character design in Umineko is kind of goated.
Yeah. We just talked about this last stream and stream before that, although the stream before that was a little bit more of like a breakdown. Don't worry about that one. But yeah, no, the character designs are fantastic in Umineko.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, yeah, I forgot.
All of you, as well as those humans in the guest house, would immediately become sacrifices for Kinzo's ceremony. But, surprisingly, you two might be the only ones, yes? Perhaps only you two holds the power to break out of this situation, right? You want to reach the Golden Land, don't you? You must have many dreams you want granted, right?
With every fiber of my being, I have to hold myself back.
Her saying what she said just made me laugh because it made me think of the you want Krabby Patties, don't you, Squidward? It's
Except for all that SpongeBob happening.
Okay. God, you mustn't provoke them. This is not your game. It is the Master's, as well as Milady's game. What is it, Ronove?
Gop is being a little bit...
Oh no, nothing. We were talking to the prisoners. Forgive us.
Gop sent one final sneering smile at Canon, then turned away. I love evil women! Canon could only bite his lower lip and shake his fists.
Damn it.
You did well. Good job hanging in there.
I don't even know what do you mean he did? What you guys didn't you just had a conversation. You just...
I think he was gonna crash out and destroy the bars.
Okay.
We're powerless.
Not true.
Because we're furniture.
Maybe not true. I haven't decided on that one yet.
That's right. We're powerless. However, furniture is sometimes relied upon and even loved.
True.
Right now, we've only been stored away in the basement. Surely, one day, somebody will love us. Because they'll rely on us. That's why, for now, let's ignore their provocation and bear with it. Okay?
Father, I have ordered them to lock up Goda and Kumasawa in the storehouse.
Very well. Hang up now. Chaser sisters, observe the grandchildren as they lock Goda and Kumasawa away. If they do anything suspicious, then in that moment the selection test for my successor will be over.
When Kinzo made his order, the Shyster sisters appeared behind him in a line.
Understood, sir. I will scout. 556 and 410 will cover both flanks. 45, you're on wide area surveillance.
00, 556 is...
That's right. Sorry.
She was a good kid.
That's why I don't like them, yeah. Good people.
What are you doing, Shyster sisters? Follow my orders.
We're suddenly in a cave.
My apologies, sir. Then, let us go observe. Move out.
The Shyster sisters erased their forms simultaneously. Dang! So true, Potato! Actually, that's really funny. Have you ever seen that video, Triple Vodka?
No.
It's a really, really old Hatsune Miku animation from like 2008 or 9. And it's just a music video. It's her, Kasane Teto, and I can't remember the name of the third chick. But she has
I'm
blonde
seeing
hair.
it.
That's really funny.
Yeah,
It's like them if they all got their hair swapped.
Yeah.
But yeah, no,
That's
they're like pretty evil. Potato. They
Eh,
well,
they're just doing their job, man.
they are just doing their job.
doing their
410,
job,
the
man.
one I am. Well, now I'm two of them. But 410, the blue-haired one, is probably the most readily happy about doing their job.
Hey, you never did work a day in your life. You know what I mean?
Yep. The Shyster sisters erased their forms simultaneously. Nanjo and Kyrie had witnessed the instants they appeared and disappeared as if by teleportation. But they interpreted this as moving in and out of the darkness in a way that only looked like teleportation. I love how they're setting all this up for us so that we can do this in the debate room with Beatrice later.
Yeah, it's
And
the
so Battler
Red
can
Truth
have all these
starvation.
arguments. Yep.
Yep, it's gonna be one explosive end for all that.
And the two could do nothing but rub their eyes.
I'm thinking of them doing it cartoonishly, where they're just like, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Take them out of their eye sockets, go on
Yeah,
them.
yeah. Okay. Well then, I shall begin the preparations for the test. Ronove, Gap, I'm asking you to be the examiners. Virgilia, you'll watch these rats.
Alright, that'll be nice to have Virgilia around.
After all, 2 of my furniture are here. Just in case, be on your guard.
He glanced at Shannon and Cannon. Tightly closing her eyes, Shannon gave a silent bow and answered wordlessly, avoiding any unnecessary actions.
Certainly. I'll be careful.
Yoi.
Isn't this cold hard on your old body, Leah? Should I bring you a hot water bottle?
Shut up! Go quickly! Gap!
Gap.
Is that her trying to shorten
Gap.
the name again? Well now, what a strange experience this game is. To have a test and examiners.
Call her Gappy.
I do hope this development entertains Milady.
Gachan.
I'd just be calling her G.
GG.
Come, arise, goat attendants.
All of the goats.
All of the goats.
Virgilia began to call out into the darkness, and from that spot, 3 massive goat-headed attendants suddenly appeared.
Man, I can't win. Look what I'm up against. No, okay.
Ah, Beato's minions. How convenient. Plus, they seem so warm. I see. So use them instead of a hot water bottle.
Man, I can't win!
In that case, wouldn't sheep have been better than goats?
You're the one wearing cashmere. They aren't very bright, but they'll faithfully follow orders and are quite dependable.
Indeed. I leave it to you, my friend Virgilia. The rest of you, follow me. I was reading Potato's comment.
With a dignified gesture, Kinzo fluttered his cloak. Following him were Ronove and Gop, as well as the 3 recently summoned goat attendants.
Hey, you 3 are supposed to wait here with me.
Don't follow them! The goats jumped in surprise and then came tottering back.
What is this comedy hour?
Kyrie, who had been watching stunned as all of this played out, couldn't help but snort.
What entertaining underlings.
Lord Goldsmith did not give you permission to speak. She was probably embarrassed. Poor Virgilia. She's getting all the egg on her face this episode.
Yeah.
Virgilia had spoken coolly, but Kyrie saw through that, and for a little while she couldn't restrain her muffled laughter. However, on the inside, Kyrie was surprised at the number of people Kinzo had with him. After all, including Kinzo himself, at least 10 enemies had already been spotted. The dungeon they were currently locked in was supposedly underneath the hidden mansion called Kuwadorian. Although this mansion had been whispered of, not even Kraus had known of its existence until today. Or did he? Are there actually several facilities like this on Rokenjima, where many unknown henchmen that only Kinzo knows of hide? Just how many humans are on Rokenjima? Well, if we're talking about last episode, 18, locked away by the typhoon. No. On the contrary. Were we the only ones under the impression that there were only 18 people on this island? Were we, who bickered over whether Beatrice existed or not, and worried about whether a 19th person existed or not, nothing more than the frogs in a well on this island? No, wait. Not only that. By now, are there actually more people on the enemy side than ours? Just what the hell is going on? Witches? Demons? Magic? Are you telling us to believe in those? Mm-hmm.
My eyes screwed up? Or is it my head?
Mm-mm.
I think I'm losing it. A mass murder by magic. Demons forming and disappearing into thin air. Setting aside the enemy's numbers. How should we interpret the various things thrust before our eyes that cannot be explained with the common sense of our world?
Small bombs.
Small and tiny bombs. I know where tiny bombs is going to be now. Kyrie started to feel like she didn't know what was going on anymore. And while desperately battling the urge to abandon everything and give up, she grit her teeth and tried to hold on to her sanity. Remember, Kyrie, don't stop thinking. You're the one who's good at that. You and your stepson and your daughter. Your stepson messes up a little bit sometimes, but...
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, Goda and Kumasawa were quite unwilling to be locked in the Roche Garden shed. Yeah, no duh. But they were threatened that if they resisted, the hostages' safety could not be guaranteed.
I would honestly take it if I were them, because it's like...
Yeah.
I know like nothing's gonna happen probably if I'm in there.
Either I'm definitely screwed 100%, or I'm going to be locked in here and safe.
Mm-hmm.
So, and also, like they just said in that comment, like, I'd do it for the kids.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't want the kids to get hurt.
I don't know if Goda would as well, but...
It was fairly hard to get them to agree. But once they started thinking that their safety might actually be guaranteed if the key to the gardening storehouse was to be handed to them after being shut inside, and when it was decided that blankets and food would be carried in for them, they were finally convinced. Making the kids do all that work in the rain?
Yeah. This place is pretty chilly.
Hot coals on the floor.
I wonder how long we'll have to stay locked in here. It could be as late as Monday morning at the worst, so a full day and night. I really feel bad about doing this to you two.
George and Battler cleared a space on the floor, then spread the blankets there. They also left the canned food, crackers, and other light snacks they had brought. It'll be hard for you guys to go until Monday with just this. If only we could make a trip to the kitchen.
They said not to go anywhere we weren't told to. Sounds like we're being watched. Damn.
I am honestly sorry that we cannot be of any use. And these are the times that we are truly supposed to be at your sides.
It can't be helped. And more importantly, take care of Kumasawa-san. We don't know what might happen. If the going gets tough, I'd like you to play it by ear and come to the rescue. And more than anything, I want you to be safe.
Yes, I understand. Please be careful, everyone. Right now, the Master is taking human lives like they're pieces on a chessboard. Please, look out for yourselves.
Goda stared at the floor, even now unable to believe what had happened as he remembered that atrocity in the dining hall, and he hung his head in shame at his failure to fully describe that terror.
Thank you. Make sure you stay on your guard. You too, Kumasawa-san. And you all please take care as well. I don't have any idea what's going on anymore. Well then, we'll be off. Let's go, Battler-kun, Jessica-chan. Come on, you too, Maria-chan. They brought her out? Well, they probably had to.
Oh!
Yeah, wouldn't just leave her alone. I wouldn't.
That's true, too. I didn't think about that.
Looking at the pitiful expressions of the imprisoned pair's faces, it got really hard to close the shutter. But we can't disobey. We're being watched. The shutter was brought down and locked. Then, George walked towards the small window on the side of the storehouse. At that side, there was a small lattice window that could only admit light and ventilation. It looked like something from a jail, making the two of them seem even more pitiable. But on the other hand, it would hopefully protect them from Kinzo and his subordinates. He opened the window and called out.
Are you okay? You aren't cold, are you? We're okay. You've given us so many blankets after all. If we wrap ourselves up, we'll be just fine.
I wish we could have brought them a kerosene stove or something.
But it wouldn't have ventilation here. It'll probably be tough for them, but there's nothing we can do now. Hostages are being held against us. We can't disobey.
Damn it. If we manage to save Kyrie and the rest somehow.
Shh. They might be listening. Goda-san, here. It's the key to the shutter.
Indeed. I'll hold on to it.
Goda took the key, showed it to Kumasawa, and placed it in his own pocket. There's only one key to the gardening shed shutter. Oh, why might it be telling us this? That key was being held by the ones locked up inside it. Oh, why might it be telling us this? If the children had kept it, and had it stolen from them by some chance, that would do nothing but expose the lives of those in the shed to danger. And even with the key, the shutter could not be operated or opened from the inside. Kinzo's demands were fulfilled this way. However, there was now no longer any way to open the shed from the outside either. This protected them. Kinzo had ordered that they be confined, and we could do nothing but trust that this cold, closed room would protect them. I love closed rooms!
Yeah.
Jessica watched this while holding Maria's hand, then looked over the thickets in the pitch-black rose garden. Somewhere in this darkness, somebody was hiding, watching to see whether we obeyed orders or not. Of course, when we pointed our flashlights out there, no suspicious silhouettes appeared. But somebody was surely out there, hiding and watching.
I was hit many times with an urge to scream at them. But I was able to hold that urge back, through reason. The 4 children left the area, repeatedly looking back over their shoulders. The light from the faint light bulb in the gardening storehouse was seeping out slightly. I wonder if this insane incident will come to an end somehow, so that we can meet those 2 again. To George, who had closed the shutter himself, the resistance of the lock had made it feel as though he'd killed them with his own hands. But even so, we can't defy them. What's with this test? Damn geezer, don't screw with us. Killing Mom? Capturing Dad for that? I don't get it, I'll kill him!
It's okay, Jessica One-chan. There's nothing to be sad about.
Maria.
Soon, the witch will be revived. Soon, we'll be able to meet in the Golden Land. Ouch.
Don't laugh indiscreetly like that. Seriously, a resurrection ceremony for a witch? Getting so many people involved. And delusions he should have just kept inside his head. It's gonna cost you. Bastard.
Let's return to the guest house. It'll be bad if we aren't there when Grandfather calls.
Urged on by George, everyone began walking towards the guest house. At that moment, Jessica turned in a circle, facing towards the darkness of the rose garden, and roared.
Hey! Someone's watching, right? Tell the old man! Tell him I'm gonna fucking kill him! Let's go!
Of course, there was no reply, only the howl of the wind and rain. The children returned to the guest house, while fearing what was waiting for them up ahead.
Yeah.
After they left, from the exact point in the darkness that Jessica had yelled at, 2 rabbit ears sprung up. Dang.
Sorry. They found me out.
It's because you're too slow, nya. Pendragon-sama's gonna scold you.
I'm sorry. Please don't tell Pendragon-sama.
Be quiet. It was obviously just a bluff. Gora and Kumasawa's imprisonment confirmed. Mission complete. We'll report back.
Yai?
I guess.
Yai. Ouch.
Do you want us all stuck on nothing but carrots and water because of collective responsibility? Let's go.
We moving. We hustling.
The fact that they were being watched certainly seemed to be true. Because when they returned to the cousins' room, turned the lights on, and lay down on their beds, the phone rang again. Earlier, Jessica had been answering the phone, seeing as this was her house, but now it was the eldest, George, who picked it up. This time, Kyrie-san was on the other end of the line. George handed it to Battler out of consideration. Hello. Kyrie-san? Is everything all right over there?
Thanks for worrying. At the moment, we're all doing great here. Sorry. I've been ordered to refrain from idle chatter. Listen to what I'm about to tell you.
The fact that there were hostages still hadn't changed. Kinzo, or one of his subordinates, was listening to the conversation. Battler restrained the urge to talk about other things, and focused on what Kyrie had to say.
The test will be carried out by Jessica-chan, George-kun, Badler-kun, and Maria-chan, in that order. You'll each be summoned in turn, so until then, do not leave the room. When someone's called out, they'll head to their designated location, alone. Badler repeated it out loud so that the cousins listening in around him could hear. So it'll be Jessica, Aniki, me, and Maria, in that order. And we've got to stay in the room until we're called, right? Isn't that the order they were born in? No.
Not quite.
No, Jessica.
Because George is older.
Is it the order of succession?
I believe it is
Through
the
their
order
parents?
of their parents' age.
Yeah.
So Kraus is eldest, then
Yeah.
Ava, then him, then Rosa. So yeah.
Got it. Maria, too? Even a 9-year-old girl. What's the damn geezer trying to force us to do, that bastard?
I almost hope she would get it.
The fate of the fate of the Ushiromiya family rests in all of your hands. Do your best. Sure. Battler noticed the strange nuance in Kyrie's words. Even without any blood connection, he could still understand thanks to the long-lasting bond they shared. At this point, it doesn't make sense to worry about the Ushiromiya family itself. That probably wasn't the message Kyrie wanted to send. She probably meant, there's no way for us to escape from this dungeon and we can only wait to be rescued. Our lives are in your hands. Something like that. Yeah. Leave it to me. We don't know what kind of test it is, but no problem. I'll take it gladly. It's going to be a serious test, right? Should we really go all out? Yes. It's a serious test. Grandfather truly does intend to test you all. It's useless. It's all useless. Some old fart on death's door is gonna give me a serious challenge? Let him spouse nonsense after he gets in the coffin. I know he's there, so tell him this for me.
He's not actually.
I'll be your successor. And my first action will be to shove my fist into your face.
Oh my gosh. That's crazy.
Even without Kyrie having to repeat it, Battler's powerful declaration of war reached Kinzo's ears. Oh no, he is there. Okay. He came back.
Battler. I am truly looking forward to that. I can't wait to see just what a man who once threw away the Ushiromiya name has attained. Just what lot in life he's reached when he appears before me. Tell him!
Unfortunately, Kinzo's voice was not picked up by the receiver. I would say fortunately. Therefore, Kyrie spoke for him. It sounds like he's more than up for the challenge. Got that, Battler-kun? There's no need to hold back. You are Rudolph's son. No. You are my son. Show me something I can brag about to anyone. I leave everything in your hands.
Damn it. Oh, you can't do this to me.
Understood, Mom. Leave the rest to me. All of us here have lost the right to inherit the position of successor. Now, we're just the same as pieces taken off the game board, looking on from the outside. So you'll have to fight by yourselves. Kyrie-san. The nuance of those words meant, we've already given up, so forget about us. But, for that very reason, I won't give up. I'll definitely crush this test or whatever, and save everyone.
Oh, you don't know the half of it, Game Board Battler.
In that case, here are his instructions for the first test, Jessica-chan's. Go to your room.
Dang.
Really? Go to your room. What's your game, you damn geezer? It seems he means Jessica-chan's personal room, the one in the mansion. I'll hand it over to Jessica. Tell her directly for me. Jessica, here.
Hello?
Yes, I understand.
Jessica?
Just go.
Starting with me, huh? Well, I've been ready. See you later.
Even Jessica was probably tempted to succumb to the fear of a girl her age, but she crushed those feelings and strengthened her resolve.
Be careful, okay?
We're probably being watched, right? We can't do anything we aren't told. All we can do is exactly what they say.
They say that old geezer killed those 6 in the dining hall instantly, with no hesitation. So if we try to fight back, we might end up the same way.
I know. I'll beat them at their own game.
Don't do anything reckless. If you think you're in any danger, your own safety comes first. If Uncle Kraus finds out that his daughter sacrificed herself for him, there's no doubt it'll tear his heart apart.
It goes the other way, too. If Mom and Dad are both killed and I'm the only one left, my heart will rip itself to pieces.
Battler-kun, what you said earlier is true, right?
Yeah. Kyrie-san and the others are already prepared for what will happen.
Then, the way things are now is just perfect. Everyone's lives rest on our shoulders. The hostages can't do anything while they're locked up. That means we'll have to manage something ourselves.
If something happens, run back to the guest house. At that time, we'll be done playing along with Grandfather's game.
Aniki.
At that time, we'll declare war. Wherever they're locked up, we'll save them, and we'll deal with Grandfather accordingly.
Are you sure, Aniki? Shannon-chan's there too.
That's why I'm saying it. I'm not sitting around and waiting for my fiancé to be killed. What scares me is not that Shannon might be killed by Grandfather. I'm just worried you guys will get there first and clobber the damn geezer who made my fiancé experience terror before I do.
Rare Cool George moment?
Yeah.
Extremely uncommon Cool George moment.
Mm-hmm.
I see. This really does sound like a test to see who will be the successor.
I think that we've never seen that Jessica sprite before.
I don't feel like we have.
She looks mischievous.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. The first one to bury a fist in that old face will be the next head. George, Battler, and Jessica each forcefully nodded their heads and put their fists together. They're all going to die. Then, Jessica headed off to her own room, and as designated. Her form disappeared into the darkness of the rose garden, waving in the strong winds. Watching her go, George and Battler gripped their fists even tighter, making them quiver. Left on the second floor. Oh, this time they left Maria.
Yeah.
Maria watched Jessica's back through the window. She wore a blank expression.
I knew it. I knew exactly what sprite it was gonna be.
The Maria sprite.
A blank expression.
I wonder what everyone's getting so upset about. Even though when Beatrice is revived, everyone will be brought back to life.
Jessica's form was already being completely swallowed up by the darkness. At that time, the phone began to ring again. Uh-oh. Oh, okay, they're back. Okay. Oh, no, wait. I didn't read ahead. Battler and George heard it and came clamoring back, but Maria picked up the receiver right away.
Hello!
Yeah.
Is that Maria-sama? It's me, Shannon. would you please hand the phone to George-sama?
This time, it was Shannon on the phone. And this time, the message was to tell the next person, George, where he was to go. Okay, oh, so they're all going at the same time. I thought it was going to be like a one at a time thing, where like if one failed, then the next one went. But this makes more sense, honestly.
Mm.
If we're trying to give them all a fair shot, they all got to go at the same time, I guess.
Alright, so that's that chapter.
I need to use the restroom.
Okay.
We've been going at it for, what, 2 hours now? So I'm going to take a little
Little-
break while you keep them occupied. Keep Potato occupied in here if he's still here. I don't know.
Okay. Yep. We're heading into the next one now. Oh, I'm assuming he's already left, so he's missing these little transitory things, but I'm gonna hope that they don't really matter. I'm pretty sure we're just watching Jessica go to her room. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Oh, so yes, we are getting ready. If you are still watching at home, it seems like we are going to go ahead and do this next chapter, which I think is going to be a big one. So get ready for that. But it's also, not only is it like a long chapter, which will probably take more than an hour to get through, it's gonna be like a crazy chapter. Like this one is, a lot goes down in this chapter. So get your popcorn, do the same thing Levi's doing right now. Go take a bathroom break and come back if you're invested, because it's about to pop off. Little spoilers, I'm not gonna say what's gonna happen, but like, things about to go down is all I'm gonna say. So, also, what the heck is this theme? I mentioned way back, but I'll say it again for posterity's sake, for anyone new this here. Since I've gone through this before and I have nothing to spoil myself on, but I have the memory of a squirrel, I have pulled up the plot synopses on the other monitor. I was just telling them, there are several new songs in this chapter. Yeah.
Any funnies yet?
I'm looking.
Mm-hmm.
There's one that
Yeah.
I'm seeing.
Yeah.
I can't say it yet though.
Dang. Okay. We'll get there when we get there.
There's another one. There's another funny one.
Okay. I look forward to it.
Yeah. Okay. I think I see two. Okay.
Of course. Since the time of her birth, Jessica had been raised in this mansion.
Oh yeah, that reminds me. When you left, it did a bunch of quick flashes. Not quick, but kind of quick flashes of her getting to this spot right here.
Oh, okay.
Like she was outside, and then she was right outside the house, and then she was in the foyer.
Understand. Yeah, I understand how it works. I got it.
Y'all.
The atrophied Western-style house that the cousins called a mansion was her home. And yet, she had never understood her cousin's feelings as much as she did today. At the same time, she had never felt her own home, which she knew well, to be as alien as it seemed now. Her own room. What terrifying hot anime woman is going to be waiting here to murder her? This had once been her hideaway, the only place in this vast mansion where she could feel at peace. However, she had never felt as much pressure coming from that door as she did now. A test, you say? What the hell could be waiting in there? I'm not gonna find my desk and stuff dragged around all over the place, right? She acted tough, trying to deceive herself. Trying to make herself believe that she wasn't scared of anything. Readying herself, she opened the door to her room.
While she does that, I'm gonna do the same thing you just did, because I'm gonna hope that I'm not needed in a minute.
Okay. Wait before you go. Oh, he's gone.
Yeah.
I was
No,
going
I'm
to
not.
say, if a new character happens to be introduced, is it me or you?
Next would be me.
Okay.
Nah.
When she saw that, fortunately, the room didn't appear to be messed up. She relaxed. No one was there. Of course. There was nowhere for anyone to hide here. Right away, Jessica locked the door behind her. This way, the room was safe. She peeked under the bed and in the closet, but of course, no one was hiding.
What the hell? She looked at the clock. It was just past 23:10, or 11:10, 10 after 11. As her tension lessened and the fatigue came back to her entire body, she realized how messed up this whole day had been. It was still about 11 o'clock, or 2300, whichever you prefer. The plan had been for all the cousins to gather, have fun playing around, and talk animatedly about various things together into the night. Normally, we would have been doing that kind of thing right now. Why has that turned into this? It's all that damn geezer's fault. How could he do that? To Mom. To everyone. She shook her head back and forth with an anger and sadness, but there was no one here to direct those emotions at. Because of the lock, this room's security was guaranteed. Guaranteed in
I've
quotation
returned.
marks.
Oh.
Welcome back. Remembering that one more time, Jessica somehow regained her calm. If it keeps up like this and nothing happens, I want to go to the dining hall and see Mom's dead face. Even though Goda emphasized so strongly that it was gruesome and that I definitely shouldn't go back to look at it. Even so, I wanted to see her face at the end. But we were warned repeatedly that stepping out of line even a little would put the hostages in danger. Could it be that locking the door was also against the rules? If I close myself up in here, I alone might be saved. But if I don't open it, it'll surely be against the rules. And Dad and Canon-kun, Shannon and Aunt Kyrie and Dr. Nanjo will be killed. There's no way the scales will balance out between 5 lives and my own life. Jessica tightly shut her eyes, resisting the other part of herself that said, "Isn't it okay as long as I stay alive?" Faced the door and made to unlock it.
Don't leave the room, Jessica, don't leave the room!
At that time,
Clap, clap, clap.
Mm-hmm.
crisp
You hear
applause
that
rang
song?
out. Dang. Making Jessica's heart leap.
This aroma's getting fishy. If the door had remained locked, it might have been in violation of the rules and harm could have come to the hostages. But despite that, your own life might be saved. However, you resisted that temptation and were about to unlock the door yourself. That bravery of yours is worthy of admiration.
Who? If I, the owner of this room, searched everywhere a human could have been hiding, where did this man come from? There was nowhere for a human to hide. But could something non-human have managed it? This was supposedly my first meeting with this largely built middle-aged man.
Why did it say supposedly?
I didn't recognize this guy, who looked like a butler and bore the crest of the one-winged eagle.
A pleasure to meet you, Jessica-sama. I serve as head furniture for the master, the 27th of the 72. I'm called Ronove.
Run away? Kenji-san?
Ah, yes. Ange is like my little brother. Or perhaps he was my true form while in this world. You might even say he was my vessel.
What's this guy saying?
Oh, my apologies. This is not something a human would be able to understand. Well then, let us move on to the main event.
So this is that test or whatever the damn geezer talked about.
Correct. This is the test that the master has granted you, Jessica-sama.
At Ronove's elegant gesture, like that of a butler ordering for a meal to be set out, many gold butterflies flew up out of nowhere.
What the hell?
As the cloud of gold butterflies spun around in a small swirl, they gathered in one place. Then, that golden mound disappeared like a pile of leaves blown away by a cold, wintry wind, and there lay a western envelope with the one-winged eagle crest done on it in gold leaf. With a gesture, Ronove urged her to pick it up. Jessica timidly did so and opened the letter inside.
What's this?
It is an exceedingly simple test to determine whether one is qualified to become the successor. Please attend to the question written there with a fitting attitude for the successor who is to support the Ushiromiya family. And tell me your answer, as well as the thoughts that led you to it.
Dumbass! Shaking, Jessica looked between the paper and Ronove's face several times. Are you worth 10 billion yen? At that time, George, who had been called out after Jessica, could be seen in the arbor of the rose garden. If things had gone normally, he had planned to give Shannon the ring that would be proof of their engagement here at this time on this day. Everything's jump-started this time. But the woman in front of George now was not Shannon. It's not fair!
Read it. That is Goldsmith's test for you.
George picked up the western envelope, which was on the table where he had once had tea with Shannon, and read its contents. Perhaps its message was short. After glancing at it, George's eyes grew sharp.
What's this supposed to be?
It is as you see. This is a test given to you to see if you're qualified to be the successor. As you ask yourself whether you are truly so qualified, answer that question.
What a stupid question.
What's 9 plus 10?
No, I'm not.
That's right. It really is a stupid question. Doesn't that mean the Ushiromiya family inheritance is also something on that level in Goldsmith's eyes?
George lowered his eyes to the surface of the letter, once again examining its contents. George and Jessica. While the tests given to them were slightly different, they were almost exactly the same.
Among the three mentioned below, in order to gain 2, sacrifice 1.
Maria.
It's a simple 3 choices. Decide for yourself which one you will choose to abandon. If you refuse to choose, the test will be suspended. I have been given permission to kill you right here by my own hands. If you want to include even that as a choice, then there are 4 options. It's been an awful long time since I have gotten to play with a kid like you, so I can't say I'd be disappointed.
Are these 3 choices only a test? Or will the consequence of my choice be carried out?
Don't be so naive. The one you choose will definitely lose their life.
Among the 3 mentioned below, in order to gain 2, sacrifice 1. 1, your life. 2, Shannon's life. 3, everyone else's lives. If you do not choose 1, all of the above will be lost.
Where's Shannon's name here?
You know why Shannon's name's there, dingus!
The second choice has the name of the one most needed and most loved by the test taker.
Okay, so for Jessica it's gonna be Canon.
I believe Canon's name is
Dang.
using second on Jessica's test.
See, we're on the same wavelength. We we click.
Bro, she's an Aquarius. You're cooked. No. You gave this stupid question to Jessica too?
You shouldn't be worrying about Jessica, right? Right now, you are the one being tested.
It really is a simple, sweet choice test. Which can you throw away for the sake of the other two? Isn't that simple? If you still can't decide, would you like me to lend you a coin? A coin? How would you choose between 3 options with something that only has 2 sides? And no one would throw away their own life. So there remain 2 choices that will leave you standing. Will you give up on everyone for the sake of the one you love? Or will you give up on the one person you love so that you can save as many people as possible? Either way, you should be able to find a fitting just cause. After all, this Rokkenjima is now a demon island. The sentimental relationships of the human world aren't necessary here. No one will blame you. Do as your heart desires. And ask yourself whether you're qualified to succeed the Ushiromiya family headship. Or rather, make your decision as if you truly were the Ushiromiya family head, okay?
Oh, well, if you're doing that, you're sacrificing everyone. Because that's literally what he's doing right now.
Yeah, true.
I think it would be really funny if it just cut back to Jessica and she was like, everyone.
Yeah.
Everyone except me and Canon. Fuck you guys, mocking me like this. Jessica crumpled the letter up and threw it on the floor.
I believe your anger is quite appropriate. I also find it an exceedingly pitiful and yet truly humorous question.
How could anyone wish to die themselves? And how could anyone want to remain alive after abandoning the life of the one they love? And how could anyone massacre everyone else? As long as it's good for the 2 of them.
No, Jessica-sama. Such a person could exist. This is Rokkenjima, the Demon Island. It is now completely cut off from the human world and fully immersed in the spirit world like cheese fondue.
I do not like that analogy, Ronobe.
Values of the human world get taken out with the trash. So please, rank the things you desire from the bottom of your heart. Whatever remains will become a fitting answer for you in this insane evening.
Don't fuck with me! How could I choose any of these?
If you do not choose one, all of the above will be lost.
Dang.
Also makes for a fine 4th option. Even choosing that should give us an amusing show. But since that choice will result in the loss of your own life in the end, I believe it would be more wise to be pure and choose the first one, your life, so that the other 2 will be saved. Everything has been entrusted to your decision, Jessica-sama. Please, let me hear an answer and conviction fitting for the successor to the Ushiromiya family headship. I, Ronobe, am sincerely hoping for a wonderful answer, fitting for the master's descendant who shares his blood.
Damn it! Huh? He's got a magic crystal ball now?
Of course he does.
Of course he does, yeah, of course he does, he would. That scene was observed through the magic crystal ball Kinzo held.
Pondering the orb right now.
Kinzo finally couldn't hold it back, and spreading his arms and facing the heavens, began laughing in an explosive voice.
What are you wavering for, foolish grandchildren, my descendants? Isn't this problem so easy that you could answer right away? Isn't this a question that should cause you to waver less than whether to put butter or jam on your morning toast? Do you people know the correct answer?
He turned to face the Shyster sisters, who had been waiting on him.
No, my apologies. I don't know, Lord Goldsmith.
fool! Not choosing at all means game over! You foolish rabbit who cannot even choose a reason or a goal for your own life! You aren't worth a single ant that anyone might step upon without even noticing. Die, be crushed, disappear faster than I can blink. And what of you?
I would sacrifice the first one, your own life, sir. Weapons fight and die in battle, and weapons exist to destroy enemies and to protect allies. Being able to protect those we love and then die is our satisfaction, sir.
Oh, a truly splendid model answer for a weapon. The immediate reply is very nice. So, have you been raised to think you'll be given an extra carrot for answering that way? That's wrong, see? Even that is wrong, see? Answering that way when you are asked is nothing more than giving the answer you have been indoctrinated with. You are the same as that other rabbit a second ago. You still live without having chosen a purpose or goal to strive for. You filth that doesn't deserve to live. It would suit you well to be crushed and used as fodder for the other livestock.
Yes, sir! Animal fodder would be an honor.
That's wrong, right? You don't want to see anyone else die anymore, right? Why can't you accept that? Accept that the depths of the depths... yeah, okay, that was right. Accept that the depths of your old wound are still festering and rotting. Yes, the rotting stench would make the nose wrinkle, you foolish, rotten rabbit! These are words of praise for you!
Thank you very much, sir!
Well then, what about you, the last one? Which of the three choices would you choose?
Nah. Without wavering, I'd choose the second one.
Oh, the second. There are not many who could stick their chest out and choose to offer the one they love as a sacrifice. Tell me your reason.
Because the one you love will be lost eventually. If you don't love anyone, you won't get hurt. And if you lose someone, you still might be able to love again. So, the person you love right now isn't worth that much at all, yeah.
You don't want to say that to him.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I see. So that is why you reached such an answer. You rabbit who has become cowardly from pain caused by love. I've heard that rabbits can die from loneliness, but just when was it that your heart was killed? Then, rabbit, I shall alter the question. Why don't I change the second option to not the one you love, but the memories of the one you loved?
Uh-oh.
How is that? Can you still select that one?
I'm still very confused on if the furniture are humans, or if they're not humans, or if they were humans at one point. I'm very confused.
What's this about the one you love not being worth much at all, foolish rabbit? Filth who cannot even face up to the depths of her own love. Try and choose it. Try and choose to have the one you love forgotten. You can do it, right? I'll bet you can, right? Come on, try saying that you can, okay?
I'm with Potato. I feel so bad.
Yes, I can choose it. I can choose it.
Lord Goldsmith, please stop this.
Enough rabbit filth. Go to Vergilia and help keep watch on the dungeon. Disappear!
The Shyster sisters, with their respective old wounds of the heart gouged out, escaped by disappearing. After that, Even though there was no one to hear, Kinzo continued talking by himself, as though in a play.
This is a good time to mention that episode 4 of Umineko was recently turned into a stage play.
Yep.
Indeed, that is the nature of this charming test. In truth, no choice can be said to be correct. Instead, regardless of which answer they choose, it is about whether they can choose without hesitation, quickly, and with a resolute conviction in their own strong, unshakable will. It's their reason and their willpower that are most essential. That is what I want to learn. Yes, my descendants, I am truly looking forward to what kind of answer you will show me. Me? Yes, of course, I once had the same question thrust upon me. Because I splendidly answered that devil's question, I was able to obtain gold and honor, and that which as my possession. Which answer did I choose? Do you really need me to say it out loud?
Because I already said it out loud like 5 minutes ago.
That killed my throat. We got it.
Kinzo time.
Yeah.
It always does.
It does. I gotta take a sip of water before I keep going. Okay. Oh,
Those poor shysters. I do want to
They
mention,
deserve it.
before you get going, is Runaway. Thought it was interesting.
Yeah.
Game made a point that Kinzo specifically lashed out at each of them and told them to die in some way, or break, or disappear. And as we have seen, when Ange did that with the 7 stakes, it hurt them. It killed them.
Yeah.
But that didn't I mean, he emotionally hurt them, but like, he wasn't physically hurting them by doing that, or at least it wasn't shown to us. So yet another curiosity on the pile of what their relationship truly is in this episode. Oops.
That's all I got.
Wait, I got you.
Well then, have you nearly decided on your answer?
As Jessica stared at the letter that had been crushed and lay on the floor, she hung her head in constant silence. All that filled the room was the stir from the wind and the rain shaking the treetops. Regardless of how noisy that it was, it actually made the stillness more apparent.
Ooh, I do want to say before we get them, what is your guess for for these two? What their answer will be? It will be revealed in short order, but I'm just curious what you think.
George is going to pick everyone else. Jessica is going to pick herself. I think.
All right. Let's see if you're right. I was just curious. I was
Ronove waited for
wondering.
Jessica's answer. However, Jessica didn't answer. Whether she was lost in deep thought or had stopped thinking, Ronove couldn't tell. No, he might actually have known. But cruelly, like a demon, Ronove urged Jessica to voice it.
If you cannot choose any, I can at least bring you peace without pain, but...
Me.
Yes? I had trouble hearing. Could you say it again, please?
Jessica lifted her face and looked straight into Ronove's eyes. It seemed that she had decided on her answer.
Kill me.
Jessica said it one more time, clearly. Perhaps Ronove had imagined that this would be her answer from the very beginning. Without any surprise, he smiled lightly and nodded.
I thought you would choose that answer, Jessica-sama. Well then, there is no right or wrong answer to this test. The essential part is what thoughts led you to that answer. Come now, please answer with a fitting attitude for the successor.
It's not like I chose the first one because I want to die. The second one was letting Kanon-kun die. Of course, that was out of the question. So I excluded it. The third one was everyone else's lives. Of course, that was also out of the question. So I excluded it. After that, only the first choice remained.
A process of elimination, is it? So it was not something you chose proactively.
After chuckling slightly, Ronove dropped his gaze. A human couldn't even imagine what answer a demon would have been expecting. All she could understand was that this was apparently slightly below Ronove's expectations.
That answer is neither bad nor good. 60%, I believe you could call it.
A C.
I'm a little disappointed.
You're a pretty selfish bastard telling me to answer with self-confidence and then being disappointed when I do.
Apparently, there was more to it than process of elimination. It's a failing grade either way, but there seems to be a little more to your thoughts. Allow me to ask.
People don't want to die, so no one would want to choose the first option. People want to live in happiness and struggle as much as life will let them. So normally, the first choice should be impossible from the beginning.
However, you took that first choice. You chose to throw away your own life. Only that choice remained for you.
I tried thinking of the future that would come after choosing each one.
Oh. And what did you see?
First, I tried letting Kanon-kun die. I tried to imagine the rest of my life after having abandoned the one I love.
What kind of life was it?
It was a horrible woman who didn't deserve to live. A shabby woman who always lamented her own decision and lived only to regret. I could never forgive a horrible woman who'd choose to live and abandon the person she loved. I put an end to her myself.
How brave. So, did you also consider the third option?
Yeah. I tried letting everyone but me and Kanon-kun die. There's no way Kanon-kun would like me if I did that. So again, even with Kanon-kun, I was forced to bear the cross of abandoning so many people, and even Kanon-kun was forced to bear it. I'm not gonna make a foolish choice that leaves Kanon-kun bearing that cross. I wouldn't be able to forgive a future me who did something like that. I put an end to that woman myself, too. Jessica had pictured it in her mind. The future her beyond each of the three choices. There were 3 Jessicas. Of the 3, 2 had regrets. Only one could hold her head high and smile at Kanon. You know, I once had the nerve to preach something to Kanon-kun. Something about trying to live life to the fullest.
Live your life to the fullest. Meaningful words, and a surprisingly difficult thing to do.
So, yeah. I've got to stand proud and show Kanon-kun. Show him how to live by holding your head high and looking straight at the sun with a full smile.
Will Kanon be able to accept your self-sacrifice? Haven't you thought that your selfish decision might hurt him more than is necessary?
That's why I want to leave a message.
Oh, I will listen, but I am, after all, a demon. I may not keep my promises, you see.
Keep it. Your promise. Jessica spoke that looking quite unconcerned. She had asked the demon who was about to take her life to pass on a message, and she didn't think at all that she would be betrayed.
At that extremely innocent smile, Ronove closed his eyes lightly and shrugged his shoulders.
I see nothing wrong with that. So, what shall I tell him?
Tell Kanon-kun to live his life to the fullest. And no, that's not quite it. Not Kanon-kun. He still hasn't told me his real name yet. Tell the real Kanon-kun to live his life to the fullest. Tell him that.
Lady.
Jessica, you really are.
Ronove is fickle, so he might not have passed the message on. You certainly are fortunate to have me here showing you this scene.
A musty three-sided mirror was set beyond the bars, and the scene with Jessica was reflected on it. On the next mirror, a scene with George was reflected in the same way. None of them questioned how a three-sided mirror had appeared from a group of butterflies, nor did they wonder why these scenes with Jessica and George were reflected on it, because the reflected scenes themselves were more important.
Are you so prepared to throw your life away for his sake?
My apologies.
Kraus looked at Kanon with a complicated expression, mixed in with a bitter smile. Kanon wouldn't meet his eyes.
Virgilia-sama, there is no reason for a lady to throw away her life. Please kill me. Please change it to the second choice. That way, everything should resolve itself.
I am not capable of granting that wish. After all, this is Jessica's own decision, which she herself chose.
At that time, suddenly, the air split and the Shyster sisters appeared, flying into Virgilia's chest.
Virgilia-sama!
So mean, so mean. Lord Goldsworth is so mean.
I'm doing the best I can. Crushing me for animal fodder. That's just too much.
That one's really funny to me for some reason.
Virgilia, who still didn't have a clue what was going on, was mobbed by the sobbing Shyster sisters.
There. Everything's all right. Don't cry. I'll make you some delicious tea. I'm leaving it up to you all to guard this place. If they do anything suspicious, inform me immediately.
The goat attendants all faced each other, nodding their heads.
You know what it is? It's because it makes me think of the Jahi-sama meme and the I'm doing my best.
Yeah. Virgilia took the Shyster sisters and left. The sound of them going up the stairs could be heard, so they'd probably gone to an upper floor.
Goat.
This is our chance. It looks like these goat heads are morons. I wonder if we can trick them.
Curia realized that an opportunity had arrived, but even so, she hadn't thought of a way to break the metal bars. The Jessica reflected on the three-sided mirror had her eyes closed, as though in contemplation. The way she had both hands stuck into her pockets, wanting to be defiant to the very end, might have been her own aesthetic stance.
That's all I have to say. Kill me.
Understood. Well then, fear not, for I shall make your death more gentle and merciful than any sleep.
As Ronove raised his palm, he slowly approached Jessica.
Damn it! Ah! Ah!
Realizing that his daughter was about to be killed, Kraus went half mad and repeatedly body slammed the metal bars. The goats looked like they were sneering at how a mere human didn't stand a chance at breaking those bars. Krause's pointless efforts certainly may have been comical, but Krause was giving it everything he had. He was now living with all he had as Jessica's father, so that he could save her. Canon made tight fists with both hands. If he used his cursed power, he might be able to cut through even metal bars. But there were a full 3 goats. There was no way he could defeat 3 of them in an instant. It would be instantly reported, and then even Vergilian and the Shyster sisters would probably dash in. Even if he could break the bars, that would be the end of it. It was useless. Canon already knew that the witch sneered at useless efforts like that. So he couldn't do nothing. He could do nothing but stare at Krause's repeated body slams.
George-sama.
Shannon, who had been looking at the 3-sided mirror, raised her voice. When they looked, they could see George, who had been silent the whole time, lift his face. It seemed that George had also decided on an answer.
Have you decided on your answer? Yeah, I've decided.
Is it an unwavering answer?
Yeah, it's unwavering.
Then let me hear it. Oh, by the way, it seems Jessica decided to take the your life option. Surely such an indecisive person as you isn't going to choose the same answer, right?
Jessica gave her own answer. No matter which choice that was, it was Jessica's answer. It doesn't influence my answer in any way.
I see. Then let me ask again. Among the 3 mentioned below, in order to gain 2, sacrifice 1. 1, your life. 2, Shannon's life. 3, everyone else's lives. Which one will you choose? Could it be the first one, like Jessica?
Wrong.
Oh,
Gop looked a little surprised, because she had thought this timid-looking man would obviously choose that option.
very well then. I'm glad the most boring option for me has been removed. Then, as crazy as it sounds, could it be the second option? Can you abandon Shannon's life?
He can't.
You must be joking. Why would I do that to the person I was going to give an engagement ring to tonight?
Even Gap's like, whoa.
How bold. Is that your answer?
That's it. My answer is the third option.
I got them both pegged, brother.
Well, I wouldn't say that, but
Okay.
you were right.
George took the third option.
Oh no!
Everyone else's lives. Unsurprisingly, Gap hadn't imagined that he'd give an answer like that. She had been sure that he'd choose the same one as Jessica, so she was interested in how he had reached that answer. How he had reached an answer that had surpassed the imagination of the 33rd ranked of the 72 demons.
I want you to tell me. I want you to tell me the circumstances that made it possible for you to sacrifice the lives of everyone else so that you and the fiancé you love would be safe. Did you use the process of elimination, like Jessica?
Wrong. I clearly have no choice except this one.
So you don't care what happens as long as it's good for you? So you can sacrifice the world for the woman you love?
What are you even talking about?
What?
George faced the demon as he spoke, almost as though he was disgusted.
Tonight, I planned on calling Shannon right here and giving her this ring as proof of our engagement. There probably are quite a few people who wouldn't celebrate an engagement between me and Shannon. I was prepared to make enemies of the entire family by announcing my engagement to her. I have been prepared. Since the time I came to this island... No, that's not it. Since the time I confessed that I wanted to engage her. So, you can sacrifice everything else as long as you can get married? Marriage means continuing to be your wife's ally for your whole life.
Very Hideyoshi-pilled of him.
Mm-hmm. At that point, I was prepared to have the entire world as my enemy for her sake.
Those words, through the three-sided mirror, also reached Shannon's ears. And that determination reached her eyes. Shannon certainly had promised to be given an engagement ring tonight. Then, this incident had occurred, and she hadn't been able to receive the ring. But now, even though it wasn't in the form of a ring, Shannon had received something even greater. And as proof of that, a single tear with the same sparkle as a diamond dripped down.
What a courageous answer. I see. If I really think about it, this was an easy decision for you. After all, your parents were already killed on the first twilight, right? By now, there's no one whose death would trouble you. I see, truly an easy choice. Say whatever you want. This determination and choice are mine, and mine is the successor.
The sparkle in George's eyes was brilliantly sharp. For just an instant, Gop felt the same sense of threat as Kinzo's, and was slightly overwhelmed.
I see. Yes, the same decision as Goldsmith's. So even with your innocent face, you will also become a terrible demon in the future. What do you know? We might get along pretty well. You will succeed, Goldsmith. Eventually, I may even be summoned and serve you. That could be surprisingly interesting.
Gop had needed to change her opinion of George. This man bore determination and resolve unimaginable from his outward appearance. Dang. And not just now, but since the very beginning.
I am prepared to inherit the headship right away. No, that's not it. You told me to think as the head in this test, so I answered based on the premise that I am the head. No, even that's not it. I thought as the head himself. I am now the head of the Ushiromiya family. Splendid. To think that you'd be able to go so far. It seems you truly are one to be reckoned with. Badler's and Maria's tests remain, but I've got a good feeling that you'll pass. But only if that is your true, unexaggerated answer, you see? Do you doubt my resolve? Can you carry out the option you choose? Can you, right now, with your own hands, offer all the lives that exist on this island as sacrifices? By your own hand? I can. I've said I was prepared to do so several times. Then return to the guest house right away and kill Battler and Maria. When that's done, I'll bring you the other hostages. Execute each of them except Shannon before her eyes. You can do it, right? I can. My resolve is on a whole different level from yours. Then carry it out. Death for them all. Complete this bloodstained ceremony as the new Ushiromiya family head. Understood. I'll carry it out. I'm already the Ushiromiya family head. Yes, that's right. Stains that throne red by your own hands. You will become the king of the spirit world who controls the demons.
Gop was convinced. This man truly was fitting to succeed Kinzo's madness.
Blow wind, cry thunder, celebrates the birth of the new demon king. The demon island has now welcomed its new lord.
In response to the demon's call, a tempest raged more and more. Then, a massive lightning bolt fell, its tearing thunder and brilliant light giving the sensation of a moment of silence.
So, about the order of the murders. I get to choose that, right? Please, as you wish, Your Majesty, the new demon king of Rokenjima. As your heart desires. Well then, to start, that means the first one's gonna be you. Got a problem with that? Huh?
A gust of wind blew, stirring up George's jacket as if it was a cloak. It was very much like the cloak worn by the head. It definitely carried that impression of dignity. At that time, Gop truly did see the storm wiped away, and the sky covered with a pure white and vast full moon. The man who called himself the new head bore the full moon on his back and sneered at the demon.
Even the lives of the entire Ushiromiya family are now part of my fortune. Reparations will be made for the damage that's been done, and it won't come cheap. You didn't seriously think you could take my parents, Aunt Natsuhi, Uncle Rudolph, Aunt Rosa, and Genshi-san's lives and expect me to overlook it, right? Oh. Impertinence.
Ronave was trying to press his palm against Jessica's chest and stop her heart, but right before he could, his hand stopped. On the carpet, at their feet, 1, 2 small red flowers bloomed, with a plop, plop. The seed of those flowers was way up high, piercing into the heavens, on Jessica's fist. Ronave's nose was stained red with spewing blood, and those drops had been dripping onto the carpet.
This is the first new song?
By the way, that just now was my answer as a maiden. My answer as the successor is different.
Allow me to ask.
The person I love, my family, and my relatives, everyone, I'll protect them. If I'm the head, then that's my duty. Dad wasn't just swaggering around. He protected me and Mom. He fought the pressure of succeeding the Ushiromiya family for decades. That's why I know. Being the successor is nothing trivial. So you know what? I can give it up. Betting my own life is something I can do easily.
Jessica knew. She knew that in order to protect her family, her father had bluffed and fought alone continuously. Jessica understood something that his back had been telling her. Another left straight was buried into Ronave's face. That terrifying strike wasn't due just to the brass knuckles she was using. I forgot she had those.
I was gonna say, remember back in episode 2?
Yep. It was a strike of a person, a family head, who could throw away everything in order to protect.
If Dad's lost his qualifications to be the successor, then I, the next in line, will succeed the headship. Head of the Ushiromiya family. Ushiromiya Jessica. I'm not the kind of coward who'd let you do whatever you like anymore.
wonderful answer. I shall change your score from earlier. A +10 for that answer. +10 for that splendid left straight.
Which means that plus 20 more would make for a perfect 100, yeah?
Welcome up, Jessica!
Yeah.
As Ronome jumped backwards, somersaulting in midair, he violently wiped away the blood pouring from his nose. It had become not blood, but petals of a red rose. The blood on his face was wiped off, and in its place was a grin filled with a delight he hadn't felt in so many centuries that he couldn't remember.
I, Ronove, will test to see whether your resolve is worth full marks. Understand?
Shut up, shut up! Come at me!
Dang, we're getting this again. We're getting...
Yep. Come into the abyss. What?
Suddenly, beneath George's feet, a pitch-black pitfall opened its mouth wide. Of course, George had no way of resisting. After being swallowed up by that, George fell out of a pitch-black hole that opened up in the ceiling of the arbor. As George fell down, he was hit by a reverse roundhouse kick from a sharp stiletto heel, like a strike from a carefully aimed bee. Holy moly.
This is another new song. Death, and then in parentheses, from stupefaction.
The instant George, after being blown out of the arbor, thought that he'd be swallowed up by a rose bush. Another pitch-black hole opened there and swallowed George up. And this time a pitch-black hole opened up at Gop's feet before her eyes, spitting a defenseless George out of it. At that time, Gap had already finished the preparatory motions for the next reverse roundhouse kick. Things are going so fast.
Things are gonna be fast for a minute, yeah. What is this? Welcome back.
Maria. Right side of the head, below the right armpit, side of the right knee. As Gop danced and spun like a small cyclone, she kept hitting him left foot, right foot, right foot, with successive roundhouse kicks. The fourth one became a sweep, cutting George's feet out from under him and making him fall down. But of course, there was no floor there, but a pitch-black hole, and George was swallowed up once again. Dang, George is getting his ass kicked.
Yeah.
Jessica's like actually fighting Ronome, and George is getting his butt kicked. Gop once again spun around like a small cyclone. George was once again spat out from the ceiling of the arbor.
Take this and reflect. The abyss ends with a single strike. Die!
Oh, the rain's back.
Did you hear that thing that sounded vaguely like a squeaky toy for a minute?
Yes.
Okay.
I like how we always can manage to hear the exact same things in the music.
Yeah.
The sharp strike of the queen bee pierced the heavens like a rising cyclone. It kicked through George's lower chest as he fell from the ceiling. And then, time froze. George was pinned in midair by Gop's raised leg. Still pinned in midair, George moaned. Then Gop, with George still hung up on her foot, grinned.
I'll admit it. At least your attitude is that of an adult. But that's no good unless you have power to go with it. Did you know? They say you need 3 kinds of power to rule this world. The first one is influence. The second is wealth. Do you know what the last one is? I read it in a book. Force, right? Correct. And that's where you're lacking.
Gop finally released George. She kicked upwards one more time, changing into another roundhouse kick and knocking him into a pillar. Hey, that was 3.
No one will fear a monarch without influence, without wealth, or without force. Kinzo possessed all 3 of those. That's why he reigned as a tyrant. If you're going to call yourself Kinzo's successor,
Try showing me a bit of that majesty, okay? Come on. How long are you gonna sleep there? Stand up, okay? If you don't, you'll fall again, see?
Not bad movements, but I feel they are slightly unfitting for a lady.
Bastard! Swaying around all over the place. Aren't you gonna strike back? Don't take me lightly, you fucking bastard.
Ronove dodged skillfully, jumped back, and avoided Jessica's fist. But he still didn't strike back himself. Because of his dodge that was as rapid as a fluttering flag blown by strong winds, Jessica's fist wasn't even able to touch him. Amidst the sensation that her own blood was boiling, Jessica regained her offensive composure. Even though this room was large for a bedroom, it was a very cramped place to keep up such exaggerated dodges in for long. She calmly realized that, and started using not just her fists, but her legs as well.
This is another new song, by the way. This one is called Mortal Stampede.
Dang.
Oh, boxing with just your arms makes you but half a fighter. Your arms must be like the hot roar of a lion, and your legs must be like the cold snake closing in on its prey.
Snakes don't have legs.
God! True.
Mischievous Jessica sprite is killing me, brother. Jessica began cornering Ronove towards the wall with perfect footwork. She didn't let him get around her. Ronove's magnificent dodges looked flashy, but they needed a large footing. Once cornered, he wouldn't be able to dodge anymore. Jessica knew the characteristics of her weapon, the brass knuckle, very well. This powerful weapon's most notable characteristic was how it didn't give the opponent a chance to defend. Even if they blocked with their arm, that arm would receive direct damage. If it hit the wrong way, it might even break the bone. So she cornered him. With this fist, she'd whittle away at this demon who'd lost any way to escape.
Oops. When did...
Looks like I finally cornered you, right? Where is everyone being held? Where's that damn geezer? You tell me everything, and I'll let you off with nothing more than plucking that mustache off. Got it?
You wouldn't. That would be a problem. It does take me an hour every morning to set this.
Dang!
Once you're in a cast, you won't even be able to do that, right?
Oops.
Ronove had blocked Jessica's fist with his arm. He tried to act as though it was no big deal, but it must have hurt a lot. See, that's also strange. That it hurt a lot.
Yeah.
I feel like that typically isn't the case with what we've seen in the first 3 episodes, but Jessica grinned. Ronove smiled the same way, but twitched slightly.
I see. This certainly does hurt.
Here's my last bit of advice. Cry and apologize.
That I cannot do. It would ruin my image.
Then just crumple. Rapid fire!
Jessica's fists were buried into Ronove. But there was a resistance that seemed too hard, and the sound of breaking glass, which startled Jessica. At a glance, it looked like Ronove had caught Jessica's fist with his palm. That wasn't quite true. When Ronove opened his hand, a faint purple glowing barrier like a glass shield appeared, stopping the attack by a hair's breadth.
Also, now he's cheating.
Yeah. Gop immediately resorted to cheating.
Yes.
If we're counting magic as cheating, Gop immediately resorted to cheating. I still think she probably could have beat George up without that, though. Pulling herself together, Jessica let her fists fly again, but with a truly magnificent gesture, Ronove caught all of them.
I am, after all, a demon. This level of magic is nothing. Even so, you aren't bad at all. If I were a human, I would probably resign right here. Because I am a demon, I can still continue to fight.
What are you trying to pull?
Is this the end? Are you simply going to attack all the time while neglecting your defense?
Huh? What? Runaways' palm shot to within a hair's breadth of Jessica's stomach. Jessica was knocked away by the purple shield, rolled backwards, and smashed her head on the bed. Ow.
Yeah. And my shield cannot be broken by a mere human. Don't think that you'll ever be able to touch my body again.
In that case, I'll just burst through that shield.
Persistent, I see. Yes, a truly fitting spirit for the successor. Perhaps I'll be your opponent for just a while longer.
We gotta see what Battler and Maria decide before we can kill everyone.
This is also part of an examiner's role.
Break! Ah!
Back out here.
Gop looked down on George, sneering. George was on a path in the rose garden, lying face down in a puddle. The merciless rain beat down on him so that it looked as though even the heavens were mocking him.
Stand up, okay? You will fall again, right?
George stood up shakily. It seemed his spirit hadn't given in, but the damage done to his body was fairly significant.
Beg for your life.
You don't gotta ask me twice.
What you're doing now is the same as the first option of choosing nothing. You chose the third option, right? If you get down on your hands and knees and apologize, I'll forgive your rudeness towards me. Then I'll guide you down to the dungeon. There, for your beloved Shannon and your own powerless life, you will kill the other hostages one by one. You can do it, right? You did boast about having that resolve.
George didn't answer. But his gaze was still obstinately resisting surrender.
If you are too obstinate, then this time you really will fall to the deepest depths of the abyss, okay?
Gop's strength was evident. That was probably clear, even more than it was to George himself, to Shannon's group watching through the three-sided mirror.
George-sama, that's enough for someone like me. Nay, son. If you didn't like me, you wouldn't have to fight with anyone, right, George-sama? Then please, abandon me. Please, forget me.
There was no way that voice could have reached George. But even so, George answered.
No way. I won't surrender.
Oh, why not?
Because that's my resolve. I'll fight everything for Shannon's sake. And I'll make everything accept us. And bless us.
Hey, could you tell me something? Why are you willing to go so far for that furniture called Shannon? She's just a washout, isn't she?
You watch your mouth, harlot.
Rubbish furniture that couldn't even make a satisfactory waitress.
Gop in need of correction?
I won't permit any more insults against the woman I love.
So what are you going to do about it? How could a weak kid like you resist me?
Loving someone is strength. Because I learned that, I was able to become strong. Shannon, I love you. With just those words, I can stand back up over and over again.
Shannon's in the dungeon, right? Professing your love to me won't...
No. She heard. That's because it's love. Shannon can hear my words right now. The reason I can believe that is because of love. You... Shannon, you aren't furniture. Even if you are furniture, you're mine alone. The only one for me in the world. I want you to be close to me as long as we live. I need you for all eternity.
George-sama.
I'm jealous. He surpassed my husband in smooth talking.
That's youth for you.
The strength of love? Then why are you so weak, boy? Does that weakness mean your love is also that weak? Even your love for your fiancé is weak. The way your parents died so quickly was weak. Everything about your life is weak.
Shannon taught me about love and strength. If you're trying to measure my love towards Shannon by my strength alone, let me teach you about my love.
So you say. I get it now. You're saying that the way you can still stand up after being kicked down so many times is the strength you receive from Shannon. In that case, what did you receive from your parents, who got killed way too easily?
At that time, there was a blackout. Even though they were outside?
No. This is...
The thing blocking Gap's vision was the bottom of George's shoe.
Sidekick.
Why is he announcing his moves?
Prepare. Nasal bone fractured.
What is this music?
This, again, another new one, is Victima Procipiatoria.
I'm loving the
There you
castanets.
Right?
It had stopped right in front of the tip of Gop's nose.
The thing I got from Mom was this kick.
Several moments after, Gop jumped back. Of course, that was too late. If George hadn't stopped, he would probably have caused the damage he'd announced.
And what I got from Dad is fortitude.
Dang. Anger with a low boiling point isn't something to be truly feared. True anger is disciplined by fortitude.
I recognize your violent method of declaring your intentions. I also see that you've slandered my fiancé and my parents' honor. And you have no intention of taking back what you said, yes? You... I now understand your attacks more than enough. So maybe it's about time. Time to start fighting back.
Quit prattling, foolish boy.
A pitch black hole opened its mouth at George's feet. But George rapidly opened his legs, straddling the hole. The same move won't work again. I'm imagining, like, it's Baki length.
Yeah, true.
And he's doing the full splits. It was an extremely smooth dodge, and the upper part of his body didn't even quiver.
Fortitude means calmly analyzing how your opponent will act, instead of losing your cool. Why? Isn't it obvious? Can't you guess?
No, I can't.
It's to counter, to give back exactly what you got, to make them not want to take another pass at you, to make them cover their face in tears and snot and forget to wash it off, to make them want to rub their forehead on the ground and apologize over and over, to completely, perfectly, and thoroughly beat them until they can't get up.
George dashed. Pitfalls opened one after another, but George didn't step in them again. And because he was persistent, he was able to reach Gop a second time.
Reverse roundhouse. Jaw fractured.
It was stretched out more forcefully and beautifully than Gop's had been. Of course, while it centered directly on Gop's face, it stopped a hair's breadth away. Perhaps she couldn't rely on pitfalls at this close range. Gop kicked at George's shins as a diversion, and in the instant of weakness when he tried to deal with that, she aimed a kick at his stomach. It was a bee-like stab by her stiletto heel, but it sliced through the air where George no longer was.
High axe kick. Collarbone fractured. God.
By Gop's side, George calmly announced that, his foot still raised. If that monarch's heel had swung down, a collarbone fracture would probably have been the least of her worries.
This guy's stronger than me. At close range? Any distance?
She jumped backwards to open up a large gap between them. Huh. She jumped and leapt and even flipped in midair, increasing that distance. Get it? Because her neck. It should have been magnificent, but for some reason, it was very similar to the movements of a small, scared animal. If she opened the distance between them, she'd be able to fight at a range that was her speciality, using a mixture of pitfalls and kicking techniques.
You fool. You'll regret that pride the minute... Hold on. You'll regret the pride that made you let 3 chances of defeating me slide as you fall into the depths of the abyss. She likes that line. Huh?
When she magnificently landed and tried to aim a pitfall, a razor-sharp wind cut Gop's bangs. Yes, it cut them. It happened twice. This time, it didn't just stop a hair's breadth away, but scattered her bangs with its air pressure.
Armada con martello. The fundus of the eye fractured with the first strike. Cerebral contusion with the second strike.
Gop was too shocked to speak. George had closed in over all that distance in an instant, letting off a fearsomely nimble mid-air double kick. Furthermore, with the accuracy and edge of a razor, it had cut nothing more than several of her bangs.
I learned the power of kicks from karate, speed from taekwondo, and freedom of range from capoeira. Mom was pretty fickle, but I've learned from studying various merits. Why don't you hit me? You aren't going to say it's because I'm a woman, right?
It would be funny.
You spoke of force as a monarch's third power. It looks like you still misunderstand the meaning of that force. In this situation, force doesn't mean hastily wielded violence. It refers to a deterrent. Knowledge that if someone opposes the monarch, that person won't get away unharmed. A deterrent, you say?
In short, this is what it meant. This was why all of George's attacks up until then had stopped a hair's breadth away. These bare misses, which were more difficult than hitting directly, had all been performed so splendidly. Also, if George had wished it, any one of those could have probably crushed Gap. He had daringly not done that.
You said it yourself, right? Force is the power to control. If you crush your opponent with force, you won't be able to control them, right? A monarch's force is something that is only shown. He does not crush. He makes others surrender and adds them to his own fortune. If you start blowing bubbles, I'll be able to make you guide me to where the hostages are.
Gop had to admit it. She had to admit that George understood force in its truest sense.
You'll take me to where everyone is. I would advise against resisting. I won't stop short next time. Ugh. Sorry, Leon. Let me borrow your tubes. This guy's too much
Wait
for
a
me
minute.
to handle.
Wait a minute.
What?
The ones who are currently guarding everyone? Okay, I don't want to be optimistic, right? Because I feel like this game's going to take my hopes and dreams and crush it in a little pit.
That's a different game, but yeah.
And light it on fire and let it burn and die. But are you telling me that all we needed over 4 episodes was for the kids to get stuck between a rock and a hard place.
So up until now, there's never been like an open confrontation.
Yeah, true.
It's always been a sheep and wolves puzzle.
It has been a sheep and wolves puzzle. But also, the kids are handling it much better than I thought they would.
Yeah, man. Just when you were counting them out. That's what Umineko's good at, is whoever you least expect to be proficient, that's when they get a time to shine as proficient.
I'll say it. They genuinely surprised me. I did think I wasn't too surprised by the switch on the, oh, we're not actually going to go through with the, kill me, kill everyone thing. That didn't surprise me. I also didn't predict that it would happen, but that didn't surprise me. But them actually physically fighting back has surprised me pleasantly. All right.
Yeah. Well. Go.
Virgilia and the Shyster sisters are gonna come back and everyone's gonna be fucking gone.
Who's gone?
Poor Virgilia. As a large pitch black hole opened in the sky. Thunk, thunk, thunk. 3 muscular goat attendants fell out.
Sorry, Dylan just private messaged me a Steam page for 5 Nights at Stalin. Okay.
Yeah?
I don't know.
Huh. Okay.
Yeah. I hope he's watching right now, but I don't think he is. Anyway. Reinforcements. Should I take this to mean that you take back all that about me being weak? I admit it. I'm in light of your human power. That's wrong. This is the strength of a man who's experienced love. How could you say stuff like that with a straight face? Come, goats! Crush this man and turn him into meatballs.
He has cringe, goats! Kill him!
These goats are stupid, but it looks like they at least have power. I'll turn you into a corpse that even your fiancé won't be able to recognize. You refuse to surrender and intend to continue fighting. Understood. Know that from now on, you will receive real harm proportional to your own attacks.
I just saw on my Steam that Dylan is now playing 5 Nights at Freddy's. Not Stalin.
What in the world?
So, I don't know.
If you still plan on attacking me, prepare to sustain a great deal of damage.
When George proclaimed that, a faint red magical circle rose up around him. It seemed that George couldn't see it. However, Gop, being a demon, could.
Magic! Why does this guy have a defensive barrier? And that's also a counter-attacking type? Is this what you meant by a deterrent?
From a demon's perspective, that may have been magic, but in George's eyes, it was determination. It was a determination filled with certainty, which would be merciless to anyone who wished to fight anymore, and which would force them to prepare for a significant counterattack.
Yeah, I like the goats.
Determination with certainty becomes magic.
Ooh. Oh, back here.
Jessica's going at it. Is Jessica gonna get magic too? Runaway had been accurately blocking Jessica's fists with his shield, but something felt odd. Even though he was certainly catching them on the shield, he felt his arm get jarred, and it hurt. It should have prevented all physical damage. However, the damage from her fist was gradually being transmitted to his arm, piling up. Runaway tried to act like he was composed so that this wouldn't be noticed.
I'm not gonna get worn out. What's wrong, old guy? Starting to get a little tough?
No matter how much you attack, it is useless. Why can't you understand that you cannot break my shield?
I'm not gonna stop hitting you just because it won't break.
No matter how hard someone's heart is, if you keep on talking to them little by little, it'll eventually start to crack. I believe it. I believe that useless effort doesn't exist in this world. That's why I can live to the fullest. If words will eventually make it through, then the same goes for fists. Give up isn't written anywhere in my dictionary.
Those words were probably aimed at Canon. Canon, who had seemed to reject Jessica's words. But Jessica knew that no matter how stubborn his heart was, those words would eventually soak through. She believed that they would surely reach his heart, but the day would come when he would stop calling himself furniture and disparaging himself, and that he'd step out into a new life. So Jessica didn't give up. She didn't lose heart.
It's stupid, right? How about a guy couldn't understand, right? A girl in love doesn't even think about giving up just because it's useless.
At that time, Ronove certainly saw. He saw the reddish glow of a light that encircled Jessica's fists.
This is not good. An enchantment, is it? This permeating upgrade will be troublesome.
Inside her unrelenting fists and determination dwelled the power to succeed no matter what. She's Undertale pilled?
Mm-hmm.
From a demon's perspective, that was magic. Determination with certainty becomes magic.
See? Nothing useless about it. Looks like my fists are making it through. Guard your arm, old guy.
It seems I will have to get a little more serious. It appears it is as you said. In this world, nothing is useless.
That's right. If you give up because something's useless, that's when your life ends. You'll get through. You can be sure of that. I'm an idiot, so this is the only way I can live. But even so, I'm sure I'll be able to teach Canon-kun about a new world someday. So I'm not gonna lose heart in a place like this. I'll definitely defeat you and save everyone.
Damn! Got to somehow open a hole! Ah!
Kraus was repeating his useless effort to somehow open a hole between the metal bars. Useless. Nothing is useless. There's nothing. The lookout goats had been swallowed up by those black pitfalls. It was them! Bro, no way! Gop, you ruined everything! And disappeared. Now was their once-in-a-lifetime chance. This was their only chance to break the bars.
Stop it! It's impossible, Cross-Sun. There's nothing we can do with our bare hands. Let's look for a tool. Don't waste time on the impossible. If you give up because it's useless, then it's all over. That's what my daughter said. Even if my body won't fit, as long as a small person like Shannon or Cannon can make it through.
Now that we've reached this point, action is more important than racking our brains. Let's work together. I'll do it too. Canon-kun, you're a boy, aren't you? Lend a hand. Canon-kun?
Bazinga.
Yeah? Kraus-sama, please stand back.
What? What are you planning?
Okay, Nason. Just one more time. Let's try struggling.
Yes, I too will struggle one more time. No, not just one more time. Over and over again.
Jessica's voice had reached Canon. It certainly had permeated into his cold, rock-like heart. And George's voice had reached Shannon. If the love he had shown was embodied by strength, she would have to respond in the same way. An incredible metal sound rang out. In the first flash, several metal bars were severed horizontally, and in the next flash, they were severed horizontally again, causing many metal bars to clatter to the ground like bamboo shoots cut by a sword. Kraus, Kyrie, and Nanjo didn't even have a clue what just happened.
Dr. Nanjo, which way down the corridor goes to the mansion?
Oh, of course. In and to the left. In and to the left.
Let's go, Kraus-sama. Virgilia-sama will notice us at any moment now.
What in the world are you guys?
We are...
Don't say it, Canon!
Steve.
When Canon hung his head a little and faltered, Shannon slapped his shoulder, smiled, and spoke.
We are human. Virgilia-sama! Response from the lookout web. It's a jailbreak! The Go Guards aren't there for some reason.
Dang. What? Why?
It's Cop, isn't it? Taking someone else's summonings without asking! Cop! Cop, cop! Confirming battle regulations. Requesting permission to fire at the escapees. Do it! Kill them! Cop! Cop! Get! Understood. 45, 410, prepare for sniping pursuit combat. Ammo type, guided cluster rounds. Virgilia-sama, an escape prevention barrier if you would. Oh. Yes, you're right. I won't let you escape from here. Ow. I bit my tongue. Cop.
I was gonna guess that's what she did. I couldn't tell for sure.
The underground passage in front of them was once again blocked by metal bars. The door was, of course, locked. However, that was no problem for them now.
Canon, it's those metal bars again. We're counting on you.
Yes, Kraus-sama.
Still, that's incredible. I wonder what kind of principle it works on.
I'm not interested in principles. All that matters is that he can sever the metal bars, and that we can escape from here. Don't worry, Canon. Do it!
Leave it to me.
Canon sliced the metal bars again with his red curved blade, but there was a harsh, strange noise, and the metal bars only had a slight scratch.
What's this? These are sturdy.
Wrong. They're enchanted.
Canon, a little to the right, bud. A little, can you...
It's one of Virgilia-sama's magic locks.
Can you cut through it?
Of course. But it will take time.
We'll wait here 3 minutes.
After taking a deep breath and concentrating his mind, Canon extended a red curved sword again. When he pressed it hard against the metal bars, sparks sprayed, almost as though he was melting through it with a burner.
It looks like we'll be able to cut it, but it'll be tough.
Kraus-sama, you've been targeted by the enemy. Please move back.
Huh? Pursuers? There's no one coming.
Please get behind me.
Canon and Shannon really do be the unstoppable force in the immovable object.
Mm-hmm.
They're aiming for you. 45, data received. Target lock acquired. Commencing terrain calculation error correction. Formulating firing curve. Supplemental control point calculations complete. Data link to 410.
410, data received. Checking hazard zone, no problems.
00, loading 48 sub-rounds, individual homing FNF. Guided cluster rounds preparations complete.
45, firing preparations concluded. Loading guided cluster rounds.
410, firing!
A golden arrow that sparkled gold was fired. leaving a gold tail streaming behind it. It's gold.
Gold.
Have you guys realized that Beatrice likes gold yet? Did you know?
Gold.
Did you? I love gold. It drew a curve, went through the door, through the keyhole, down the stairs, towards the underground path at full speed. Something shown.
You can't block the golden arrow with a shield. Kanako, interception stance. Let's link.
They can link?
Gatekeeper, understood.
What?
It's been a long time since I fought with you,Une-san. Don't screw up.
Yeah, I'll be serious.
Then there's no problem.
Canon stopped cutting the bars and stood in front of Shannon. Behind him, Shannon closed her eyes, concentrating her mind deep into the darkness of the underground path. This is big. This is big. The Shyster sisters have never been stopped before now.
It's true.
A guided cluster round is a special kind of arrow made up of 48 sub-rounds bound together. It explodes mid-flight and divides into 48 mini arrows. I'm with you. I'm following. The strength of each individual one is low, but they pierce through all shields and possess a perfect wounding and killing power against personnel. So it's a shotgun. And on top of that, each one of the 48 possesses autonomous... Okay, no, it's a shotgun pellet, but they're all drones. Possesses autonomous guidance towards their individual targets.
It's shown. It's divided. This is crazy to me.
Confirming guided cluster round division. 46, 7, 8, 48 sub-rounds. All rounds locked onto. Interception control. Data linked to Canon.
Canon. Data received.
What are furniture, man?
You're incredible, Mason. You can actually see all 48.
It's been a long time since we've got the little quotation marks around a word.
Concentrate on interception prioritization. Just your Nason.
Of course. I don't even need to open my eyes.
Commencing interception.
It better do it 48 times.
God.
Dang it.
Target unharmed. It wasn't it. It was intercepted.
Yeah? All 48 of them? Oh, after all, Shannon and Canon were originally a furniture pair. They're strong when they're together. Oh, is this going to become a mouth ulcer or something?
That's crazy if it is.
Calm down. Reload. Updating ammo type. Precision light speed sniper rounds. Preparing for precision sniping. Sounds good, Nya. Impossible to intercept super high speed rounds. Impossible for a mere gatekeeper to defend against, Nya.
Precision sniping. Roger that. Commencing collection of precision firing use data.
What in the world was that just now?
Don't worry, I don't have a clue either. All I know is that we would have died if not for those two.
Canon-kun, thanks. Go back to the metal bars. The next shot will probably be one we can't intercept.
How can we defend against such an attack?
We don't let them shoot. Canon-kun, initiate spirit particle combat countermeasures.
Those are words. At those words, Canon closed his eyes tightly and ground his teeth. With Shannon at the center, a pressure and impact that only non-humans could perceive struck.
This is the closest I'll ever get to a mech anime. Anyway.
I gotta wonder what it was like when he was writing all of like the fake magic military lingo and having to come up with stuff.
1,000,000% he just like finished watching Gundam or something and was like, yeah, I like that.
Shannon at the center, a pressure and impact that only non-humans could perceive, struck.
There it goes. Epilepsy warning, way too late.
Yeah, we get a couple of those sometimes in here.
Yeah.
Huh? The firing system error. No good, rebooting.
It's spirit wave jamming. Activate spirit particle safeguards, hurry. What are you doing?
Cover your ears quickly, 45!
What? That's what that is?
An unseen, unheard impact had struck the Shyster sisters. 00 and 410 crouched down, covering their ears, but 45 didn't make it in time. As she stood bolt upright, her eyes rolled.
Cute. Cute. Cute.
It made her stupid!
Cute. 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 45 got damaged. Her IME's busted. Yeah, God, the noise is also horrible for me, yeah. 45, 410, and 00 damaged, abandoning sniping posture. It came straight through the link. If we don't reboot...
Raising their spirit particle sensitivity for precision sniping had backfired.
You say so.
Yeah, whatever you tell me, man. They had taken the full brunt of the spirit particle shockwave Shannon had released. And not only 45, who had been hit directly, but also 00 and 410, who had been linked with her, were taken down. Sorry, Potato, who immediately said, I love the Shyster sisters!
Yeah.
To only see them for the first time get defeated.
True. Hey, at least they weren't killed. They were simply Q-ified.
Are you okay? I'll make you some more delicious black tea later, so get a hold of yourselves. My apologies, sir. Rebooting. Please wait several hundred seconds.
All of the Shyster sisters had fallen over. He's playing Five Nights at Freddy's again. They would probably get back up eventually, but it looked like it would be hard for them to return to the battle lines for a while.
So, furniture was able to repel weapons, if only for a moment. I see. A plot to entertain that child truly will be filled with unexpected turns.
Virgilia tore the air with a large gesture, motioning as though opening a door.
That's what I was on, Potato, was the sir. I'm assuming that's just because they were glitching.
You're gonna bite your tongue again, Virgilia.
Come,
arise, goat attendants. I like to think that this is her just taking the ones back from Gop and they all disappear.
That would be funny.
Even though that's probably not the case.
it's time to work. Catch and kill the escapees. Corpses are fine, we can just revive them anyway.
No, Virgilia is not a boy. I think it was just the sisters were glitching out.
Yep. They might also just use sir to refer to like anyone who's in a commanding position to them.
Perhaps. I haven't seen them otherwise.
A gold-colored door opened in the air and countless giant goats with muscular bodies peeked their faces out. The goats ain't nothing to count on.
Come now, hurry. There are 5 escapees, so the fastest 5 of you win. There will be a wonderful prize, so give it your all. Give it your all.
Virgilia clapped her hands, urging them on. A prize? After facing each other at those words, I'm picturing it. The goats all rushed to the door at once, trying to get out. Why are the goats the comedy relief this episode? Making the exit as packed as the Tozai or the Yamanote rail lines in the morning. Each wanted to get out first, so none of them could get out. Virgilia held her head in frustration.
That's her own fault.
By that time, Canon had managed to cut enough bars to make a crack that could be slipped through. It had been a bit of work for Kraus, large as he was, and Nanjo with his lethal waist. But even so, they all managed to make it through.
Lethal waste is crazy.
Yeah, but after they did, they only had a couple seconds to be relieved. Immediately, another set of metal bars blocked the way in front of them. Dang, Kinzo was prepared.
Mm-hmm. This certainly is secure. I'll bet they really didn't want people in here to escape.
Canon, sorry, but I'll have to ask you again. It may be tough, but please. There was sweat on Canon's forehead. You could tell at a glance that cutting the metal bars, which had been made even more solid by magic, had physically exhausted him.
This song, by the way, is Revolt, and it's another new one. This is like great D&D combat music.
Yeah.
Anyway. Yes. Leave it to me, Kraus-sama.
Only you can do it. Please, we're counting on you. Only he could do it. Holding tightly onto those words, Kanon concentrated his mind once again and set himself to the task of cutting metal bars again.
Enemies are coming from behind. On multiple targets.
Yup, this time even we can tell. The ground's really shaking. I can tell that some ridiculous monsters are rushing at us.
Don't worry. I'll use a magic lock to make a blockade of the metal bars we just came through. Mere goats won't be able to break it.
Shannon held her hand out towards the metal bars they had gone through. But she stopped right away.
What is it?
Vergilius-sama has started neutralizing the spirit wave jamming. It'll be bad if it's broken, and we'll lose the initiative once the Shyster sisters are rebooted.
I'll make you pay in full for bullying these cute bunnies.
Cute bunny? You mean...
They ain't built like that.
Yeah.
If you're trying to gain... Sorry. You threw me off. You got me monologuing, you sly dog.
If you're trying to gain the advantage with those clever spirit particles of yours, I'll tear all that away and rob you of them.
This feels like midichlorians. I'm losing my mind. Okay.
Gets introduced way too far into the series.
Alright. Nay-san, concentrate on the spirit wave jamming. The gap in those metal bars is too narrow for those goats. It should hold them back for a while.
I don't have a clue what you're saying, but...
We know it's something pretty bad.
Kyrie picked up a metal bar that Kanon had just cut. Kraus had no weapons, but he rubbed his fists. The two of them glared into the depths of the underground passage where the shaking was coming from. I believe in Kraus, honestly. He tried to square up with Kinzo at the beginning of this episode. Well, not the beginning, but like when it all kicked off, so.
Yeah.
I believe these are the final metal bars blocking the way. How far is it to the mansion from here? Quite a walk. The path is even, but I seem to remember walking for 30 minutes.
So if we run all out, it'll be half that time.
Well...
They couldn't tell for sure, since they didn't have a three-sided mirror. But there was no guarantee that George and Jessica would still be all right against demon opponents after all this time.
If we run at twice the speed of walking, it'll be 15 minutes. And twice that speed would make it 8 minutes.
And if we sprint all out at double speed, it won't even take 5. No problem. What an unreasonable calculation. But that's how you calculated a fire.
My sincere apologies, everyone. Please watch my back.
Leave it to us. Kanon, you cut the bars as fast as you can. Shannon, you concentrate on jamming this witch called Vergilia or whatever. Kyrie-san and I will defend against our pursuers.
Then the roars of beasts rang out from the darkness, and several fiery, glowing, bright red eyes appeared. Goats that were several levels more massive than the guards were rushing with an incredible force. The tremors they created were almost like an earthquake. They brought a frightening intensity and terror, but Kyrie actually laughed with relief. Those massive bodies wouldn't be able to go through the crack in the bars.
Dang.
The group of goats crashed into the metal bars with a fierce sound like that of a train colliding with a dead end. Clumps of dirt fell here and there from the ceiling, and you could tell that the metal bars had bent as if collapsing. Their charging power probably was on par with a train. If the metal bars hadn't been there, they would have likely overwhelmed the 5 of them and crushed them in an instant. When the group of goats pressing up against the metal bars noticed the 5 people right in front of them, they let out a terrible howl, trying to intimidate the 5. Or maybe that was out of pain from their game of push and shove. One calm goat among them figured out what should be done about the metal bars, then grabbed 2 of them with its massive arms and began bending them as though opening double doors. Kyrie sharply jabbed her metal pole at the goat's vitals. The goat let out a roar of anguish. It probably hurt a lot, but that was all. It wasn't enough to bring it down.
Kraus-san!
Oh!
Still holding the metal pole she had stuck out, Kyrie relinquished the opposite tip to Kraus. Kraus ran there with all his might, jumped up, and kicked down with all his weight and kicking power combined. All of that destructive power was focused on a single pole, drilling it in.
Are you okay? Please don't rub the affected area. I'll prescribe some medicine later. Take care.
As the goat who'd taken a pile bunker to its vitals writhed with teary eyes, it nodded its head.
Looks like our link isn't that bad either. We won't lose to Shannon Canon-kun.
Naturally. For a loving family like us.
We can do it if we take them together. Next, that one on the right.
Understood. You really are a good wife. That Rudolph must have grumbled a little too much.
Oh, tell me about it later. Rudolph's son suddenly turning pale in heaven won't do you any good, okay?
Back up here.
The goat's massive bodies were buried in rose bushes. Even taking into account that leg power is 3 times that of an arm's, this strength surpassed common sense. To think that those massive bodies had been kicked in the chin and thrown into the air, it was too fierce. Even George seemed a little surprised.
I believe we're now onto a new song. I'm not 100%, but I think we are. I think this one is The Dark and Crazed Requiem of Purgatory.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Okay. To think that my kick works on monsters, too. Now there's a shock. It's because of your counterattack style barrier. The attacking power that grazes you is added onto your own. Your kick has been supplemented by those monsters' superhuman strengths.
He's Yun Li.
Oh? I don't really get it, but isn't that just perfect for me? No matter who attacks me, they should be prepared for a counterattack of equal measure. Non-aggressive defense. That's my policy.
That's why Gop couldn't easily touch him. The counterattack style barrier had no defensive power. However, because of its countering ability, it could be useful in defense by making the opponent hesitate to attack. The goats had been foolish, and so had attacked without worrying. But this second effect had worked in full against Gop.
These guys really are dull. When your power is even, it's always an advantage to have a smaller build.
He lightly dodged the log-like arms. When those arms touched the barrier that protected George, they let off a strong red light. The tip of the counterattacking foot would then gain the same sparkle, and the superhuman power of the goat added to its own. The second goat fell forward and floated in the air for a second. Then George's next roundhouse kick missed right over the falling goat's head. For an instant, the goat hoped it might get away with its life. But no. A heel was dropped onto the back of its head and it was forced to kiss the ground.
Going from a high roundhouse kick into a narichagi is pretty basic, right? Works pretty well every now and then. This guy's a problem. Seriously, a problem.
Surely this isn't happening literally everywhere else on the island right now.
What do you mean demons? What do you mean witches? The rulers of Rokenjima are the Ushiromiya family. I'll make you physically aware of that. Phew.
The only way to finish off George, now that his body was wrapped up in a counterattack style barrier, was to deny him a chance to counterattack. Nothing to do but suck him into the abyss next, and then kick and drop him, kick and drop him, kick and drop him, until she kicked him to death. But George had already completely seen through the faint warning signs that told of the appearance of Gop's pitfalls. If he could jump over that next pitfall, then this time, he would probably pulverize Gop's head with his whirlwind-like kick without holding back in the slightest, just as had been done to his parents. She was able to envision that scene vividly. Gop hated Kinzo more than ever for calling her out to this ridiculous island. Even though Ronove held out a shield, he had finally started using his hands. Without a more powerful shield, he wouldn't be able to block Jessica's fists anymore. The enchantment on Jessica's fists grew the more she fought. The permeating upgrade had already grown several times, and those fists had also been given an impact upgrade, a piercing upgrade, a speed upgrade, making them fist worthy to fight on par with a demon. Whatever you say, Chief.
What's wrong? Starting to get tired?
You're getting all slow.
No. Your movements and thoughts and kinetic vision have been rapidly enchanted. My movements have not changed from the beginning. Your movements are beginning to catch up to me.
And you still won't fight back?
This is my style. However, I cannot allow it to continue at this rate. It's about time for me to get serious and end this.
Ronave's face turned into an expression he hadn't shown before. It was full of respect for Jessica, in a truly demonic way. Because it was an expression he only showed for enemies, who made him get serious.
It's
Purple haze?
viewing.
Whoa! What the?
What's the name of the look in Zoolander?
Magnum.
Yeah.
With a gesture of his whole body that you couldn't call elegant, Ronave held out a shield with all his strength, a shield the size and thickness of a wall. It was more tenacious than a simple shield. It was literally a wall. And on top of that, with all of Ronave's magical power, it pushed Jessica back bit by bit. Did he plan on pushing her back against the wall and crushing her to death? Jessica tried to break through the wall with both fists, but it was solid. Without any exaggeration, it was solid. Is this what you call serious? No problem. I'll break right through it!
I will not let you this time. This wall is somewhat different. Here, allow me to enchant it as well.
When Ronave made a magic sign almost like a ninja, the wall glowed red for just an instant, and some kind of ominous power dwelt within it. Jessica was able to recognize that almost immediately with her body. Every time her fists hit the wall, pain as though glass fragments had scattered and hit all over her body rebounded against her. This is that thing that Shannon did in, like, episode 2.
Mm-hmm. I upgraded it with attack reactive armor, an exceptional item that will decrease the force of your attacks by counterbalancing them, and which can even counterattack with reactive fragments. Oh, it's Mahoraga.
Yeah.
It's perfectly fine to keep punching it, but doing so will damage you as well.
I really don't think Jessica cares, Ronave. I'm not going to lie to you.
So in short, it's an endurance test between me and your wall? No problem.
Jessica bringing a new meaning to Kabedon. Will you fall to your knees first, or be pushed into the wall first? Allow me to observe.
Observe. Except I might break through it and smash that whole wall along with your face, right?
You wouldn't, not Magnum.
Watch it!
Oh, my eyes!
Without hesitation, Jessica punched using both fists. Each time she did, a large amount of shards scattered, torturing her entire body. Instantly, several red gashes appeared all over her. She grimaced at the intense agony, but her eyes were burning with fighting spirit and her lips curved in a grin that stood in sharp contrast to the pain. Not to take away from the scene right now, but I understand Beatrice's game here.
Yeah?
She's having his entire family use magic to get out of their situations so that he can't deny magic.
This whole episode so far is a big problem of, like, how is he gonna explain, like, any of this?
Mm-hmm. She's using the strategy of letting his pieces win so that he loses the game. Cannon, are you done yet? We're fine. But the metal bars blocking them don't seem to be.
Just a little more.
There's no stopping these guys. The metal bars might break just from shoving each other.
The group of goats made the metal bars creak. Several arms grabbed at the bars, twisting them with superhuman strength. However, some bars were being pulled in opposite directions by different hands. Apparently, they really were stupid.
Aww.
The way those countless hands grabbed the metal bars sometimes happened to match up by chance. Several hands grasping two metal bars neatly put their power together and pulled the bars to the left and right. The incredible sound of metal bending could be heard, and that crack was getting larger bit by bit. They attacked the arms of those goats one by one, but they weren't getting anywhere. They couldn't stop the gap from spreading left and right. At that time, there was a loud metal sound behind them. Canon had finally finished cutting.
Quickly!
Kyrie-san, ladies first. You go next, Dr. Nanjo.
Sorry, we got a notification. I think our co-host is setting up their new computer.
Oh. Well, there we go.
Well, anyway. Kraus-sama, please leave this place to me.
Oh, I just spilled pop on myself. Canon,
What?
could you finish your line, please?
I guess so. Okay. This is...
Canon's red sword that had cut the metal bars disappeared.
Sorry. We've entered Vergilia-sama's spirit particle area of influence. Our magic power has been neutralized.
Ho ho ho. How dare you resist me this far? I, who was called a great witch. You can no longer
This
use your
is the
magic
dark
in that
and crazed
underground
requiem of
passage.
purgatory.
A magic circle column drew a complex magical formula with Vergilia at the center. With such genuine magic being used, Shannon's power couldn't even compete. On the contrary, it was surprising that she had withstood as long as she had.
Spirit particle supremacy ensured. Come, Shyster sisters. It's your turn now, right? Wait, are you still rebooting? Why are kids these days so bad at waking up? My apologies. We're all different versions. Why do the shortcuts and pull-down menus get all screwed up every time you change versions? Yeah? You did not shut down correctly last time? Administrator privileges? What's going on? I don't know!
A Q.
Fix me quickly. Wah!
Call the Imperial Guard's troubleshooting team. What? You can't help us without a user code? 45 had the user code, yeah.
Q.
Dang!
It just sounds like 9999 in Japanese to me. Have her write it on some paper. She can't reinstall her IME, so she can't write characters, yeah?
It would have been so funny if she wrote
She just
characters,
wrote
but they just said
Ukyu.
Ukyu. Yeah.
You take your time fixing yourselves. I'm going. Sorry!
Q.
The narrow underground passage was packed with goats, truly like a commuter train in the morning. Vergilia was again shocked by this congestion.
What are you doing? Huh? You want to go first because you want the prize? We're getting in each other's way because you don't want the other goats to steal the prize from you. You stupid goats! I'm going, so make way. What? You don't want to? Vergilia-sama is trying to steal your prize? Why are you all standing arm in arm? Tight, cramped. When did this become a goats-only car? That kid who just touched my butt! Get off at the next station!
That's crazy.
What's with you? Come this way, you say?
The five in Krause's group dashed through the passageway with all their strength. They couldn't dawdle around in an underground place like this. They had to quickly join up with the children on the surface. If they could meet up, there would no longer be any more sorrow. At that time, a terrible rumble started chasing them. Had their pursuers finally made it through the metal bars? But they couldn't see anyone when they turned around. However, that rumble and the dirt that fell here and there from the ceiling grew closer and closer, finally catching up with them and even going past them. It almost felt like being chased by ghosts. For a second, they thought they'd gotten away, until the ceiling in front of them fell in and a single goat stood in their path.
Are you ready for this?
No. Virgilia was sitting on its shoulder.
This wise child knew a shortcut. What a good kid. You get first prize. Later you can have some handmade mackerel curry.
Maybe it really was happy about that dubious prize. The massive goat showed its joy by putting its hands together and writhing. Virgilia leapt down, laughing that this time it was finally checkmate. How is this going to go wrong for her?
Damn. It's no use. Our magic has been completely killed.
Wait. No way.
Not yet. Even without magic, we still have these bodies.
Don't be ridiculous. There's no way you could fight a monster like that without that strange power.
There's one man who can.
Stay back, children. I'll do something about this, so escape past the sides of that monster while I distract them.
I won't let you.
When Virgilia clapped her hands, a purple magic circle wall appeared behind her, stealing even the faint hope that Kraus had been betting on.
Is there nothing more to be done? No! Not yet. Even Jessica fought. I must do so as well.
Are you serious? It's not possible. Not against that massive monster.
Don't be absurd. Kraus-san, let us think of another way. If you think of something, say it. Until then, it looks like I'll have to manage something. Come on, get back.
Take care. My, Kraus. You intend to fight this child alone?
You never know. In a fight, it's always possible to get in a lucky shot.
You think you can win even with a fluke? Allow me to explain, so that even one who is so blissfully unaware of his place can understand.
What?
If you were to wield 100% of your strength, your power level is at most 6. In comparison, this child has a power level of 1,000. In short, even if there were 100 of you, you definitely couldn't win.
1? Excuse me?
Just keep going.
1?
Just keep going. Just keep going.
Wait.
No, just keep going.
What do you
Just keep
mean,
going.
1?
Just keep
What?
going.
How long has that been there?
It just got there. No, just keep
Okay,
going.
okay, I'm glad I caught it immediately. Okay.
Well, it's true that there are uncertain elements in a fight. Let us admit that your power level has a slight scaling factor to it. But even so, your chances of defeating this child are perhaps at 0.00001%.
2?
Do you understand? You don't even have 1 in 10,000 chance of victory.
3? Virgilia and the goat guffawed together.
Damn it. If I've got a 1 in 10,000 chance, that means the payoff will be 10,000 times greater, right? A splendid dark horse. Seeing a ticket like that makes me want to buy it right away.
Oh, but the coin to buy it is your life, and you've only one of those, yes? However, I can understand why you'd still want to entrust that miracle to fate. Therefore, I shall praise your courage for standing against us without fear, and give you a bit of a handicap.
4?
This child will fight with only his left arm.
5? I'm so concerned about the number.
Just keep going.
Well, even so, I have absolutely no intention of losing to you.
What is happening?
Come to think of it, what's that bing bong noise I keep hearing?
Very well. I'll take that challenge. Whether it uses its left arm or not, I'm sure I'd be killed with a single strike. I also only have a single chance at a strike. I can only bet everything on that. That's absurd, Cross-san. I know you used to do boxing, but that wasn't that as far back as your college days? No. Even if you were a pro boxer, there's no way you could defeat a monster like that with one strike.
That would be true if it were a match in the ring. But while Cross-Nissan's chance to bet on his hope is faint, it does exist. He's betting everything on that hope.
You aren't saying, but there's no way that would work out.
Even if your chance would have to be 1 in 40 quadrillion?
Kraus-sama.
Watch me. I'll settle this with a single strike.
How shallow. I know what you're after. The distance between the two of them is more than 10 meters. If the goat and Kraus both step in with all their strength to settle the fight in a single blow, their power will be double what is normal. Both will crash together, so it's relative 4 times normal. Even if on top of that the strike lands on a weak point for a critical hit, that will only double the power again. In short, Kraus's maximum power level of 6 times 8 would be 48 at the most. He might or might not be able to win if he repeated that lucky shot a full 20 times. If you're killed every time you take a hit and your damage still accumulates, let's see. Perhaps you might finally win when we get to episode 24, yes? If only the series could stretch on so long. Either way, you don't have a slight chance at victory.
7?
Hey, seriously, what is that bing bong sound?
Let me bet everything on a single strike. You have no reason to hold back either, Goat-kun.
Not him addressing the goat.
Come at me. Seriously.
Goat-kun is crazy.
He's requesting that you go all out. Smash him with a single serious strike and turn him into chunks of meat.
As the goat got excited and beat its chest over and over, it took a position as though preparing for a sprint.
Is this what you wanted? Bet your hopes on the greatest limits of your power level and despair when even that gets you nowhere. It rang again! What the heck? It's really starting to get on my nerves.
Here I go. Ready?
The goat howled in response. Then, with a match timing that only the men confronting each other could comprehend, the two leapt forward like bullets shot out of a gun. The men howled, collecting the strength from all over their bodies into one arm each. The goat's fiery, glowing eyes clearly looked into Kraus's face, locked onto Kraus's face. He could even perfectly see a vision of when he would step forwards, when he would punch through Kraus and blow him away, and when he would win perfectly. The long, painful days up to that point drifted through the goat's mind. Why are we getting goat flashback? Dang! Those painful days of training when his senpais had picked on him. She's gonna eat me! Bro! The faint glimpses of the warm concern his senpais felt for him.
Go on ahead and leave this to me. Senpai!
Those faint glimpses of the warm concern his senpais felt for him, and the joy of that day his power had been acknowledged, and when he had been accepted as one of the comrades.
Sorry to keep you waiting. You guys, what are you doing here? Is this the goat?
Yeah.
I never showed proper respect to my parents. That's right. Didn't I plan to wash my hands of this business when this job was over and return to my hometown? What is happening? I'm sorry, little goat sister. Your Oni-chan always caused you so much trouble. And I...
You gotta keep going.
actually have a childhood friend. And I'm gonna marry her when I get home!
Gah! No! Stop tripping all those loser flags! You can't handle that punch! Dodge it! There were fucking flag counters!
Yeah.
What?
Keep going.
It happened the instant before the two crashed and their punches crossed.
You fool, Virgilia. Looks like you failed to make a calm and rational decision. You mustn't take that punch. Knock it aside.
The very instant the goat's left straight and Kraus right straight crossed, the goat obeyed Virgilia's order with super fast reflexes and pulled his straight back, repelling Kraus's punch. That's right. Virgilia's decision probably had been wise. After all, the number of loser flags amplifies the power level of one's opponent. Ain't no way.
You gotta keep going.
That was close. If you had taken that punch after tripping so many loser flags, imagine how great a force it would have been amplified to. Come on. From there, smash the completely open right side of his face with a right straight. What? That promise about fighting with only your left arm? Oh, a promise is made to be broken.
Oh no, now that I know what it is, it's really funny.
God, tripped another one. I'm disappointed, Virgilia. You really have lost your composure. What's that? How was I not composed by noticing it beforehand and making him avoid it?
Why is that, Kiryu-sama? If they had crashed like that, wouldn't it have been Kraus's?
I see. Even with 20 loser flags, that's not enough.
Kraus and the goat's double rush made for times 4. With a miracle as an ally, the firm promise of a critical hit doubled it again for times 8. On top of that, there was an application of times 20, equal to the number of loser flags making for times 160. At a glance, that was an incredible amplification, but even so, Kraus's power level was 6. Even multiplied by 160, it only made for a power level of 960, just barely below the goat's 1000.
It's why I said you weren't composed. It's your blunder. If they had crashed like that, you would have won. Even if that were so, it all comes to the same thing if this right straight smashes Kraus's head. Die, Ushiromiya Kraus!
Take this, the strongest strike of the boxing world. After repelling Kraus's right straight, the goat's right straight attacked the right side of Kraus's face, which had been left open. But there, it crossed Kraus's left straight. The two punches crossed, and time stopped as each aimed for the face of the other.
To think that it would be time for a simultaneous strike. But his power level stops at 160, making it 960. It doesn't reach up to my child's 1000.
No. Virgilia-san. It's your loss.
Why is episode 4 the shonen anime episode? It's even got the side characters off the side of the battle narrating the whole thing.
They're just giving you a little bit of joy after the pain that was the Sakutaro and
True,
the
I forgot that was all in
Ange
here.
arc.
Oh my
Yeah,
god.
Exactly.
Why?
You made him repel the first cross counter. Certainly, if another right straight after that were to hit, Cross would probably be in pieces.
Why do you know this, not Joe?
However, that was crossed. That's no good. Sorry, but this is a complete loss for you and this goat.
My head hurts.
Keep going.
A cross counter has 4 times the destructive power of a normal punch. This is common knowledge in the boxing world.
Mm-hmm.
I'm actually laughing so much that
You
I'm
gotta keep
lightheaded.
going. You gotta keep going.
This is ridiculous. And if it's blocked and the right straight hits, then it's a double cross counter with 8 times the destructive power. This is also common knowledge in the boxing world. And if that is crossed, then, by the principle of leverage, the triple cross would multiply the destructive power by 12. This is also painfully common knowledge in the boxing world. It's even written in a Minmejobo book. Cross-San's power level is 6.
The rushing from both sides is ×4.
The critical hit is ×8.
And times 160 for tripping too many loser flags.
And times 12 again for the triple cross counter. Times 1,920. His power level is 11,520. Krause's punch now had the power to easily win the first Tenkaichi Budokai.
But close enough.
This result was brought about by Kraus-san's persistence in not giving up on victory until the end, and your pride. Without either, this strength would not exist. You fought well. You may now fall.
Nanjo clapped the goat on the shoulder.
Mm-hmm.
What?
Your Oni-chan gave it his all.
As the sparkling drops from the goat's eyes scattered, he bent backwards and fell on Virgilia. Again! Heavy! Get off me! The goat's massive body was too heavy for the slender Virgilia. She writhed around with it on top of her, but it didn't look like she'd be able to escape. Oh, how convenient. In that instant, the barrier Virgilia had sealed broke. Don't take it personally. It was the principle of leverage that led to your defeat. I wonder how the principle of leverage applied to that counter. It's an eternal mystery.
Let's escape while we can. You take care too, Goat-san.
I think he's dead.
Well then, excuse us, Virgilia-sama.
Bow.
Wait! Wait up! Get this off me! Cup! After that, there was nothing to block their way. They ran intently throughout the underground passage. What?
Okay, that was it. That's the end of the Kraus goat fight.
What happened?
That was something I've been waiting for since we got to this episode.
Bro, I'm actually, like, exhausted because I laughed so much at that.
That is a funnier version. It's Umineko math. It's the same thing that happened with Kyrie
Yeah.
and whoever it was.
And greed.
Yeah. Or envy.
Envy, not greed. Greed's Mammon.
Yeah. I love that so much. The loser flags. Ding dong.
Is magic just Chuny power?
Maybe.
Because it seems like when people start spouting random numbers and claiming they have all these powers, it works.
Half of that last encounter was a reference to manga.
Dang.
The Tenkaichi Budokai is like a whole thing. It's a well-known thing in Japan. That's why the cross counter came up and all that stuff. I can't remember what the name of the manga is. It's not
common
Baki.
knowledge in the boxing world.
It's common knowledge in the boxing world, brother.
Okay. We gotta be close. We gotta be close to the end.
We are. Sort of.
Jessica had finally been cornered, with the wall at her back. Ronove advanced with his magic circle wall bit by bit, and would probably crush her against the other wall eventually. Considering the distance, she threw out her fists. This would be her final strike. Jessica had dealt out many punches so far. The wall wasn't invincible. It had already started to crack, and it wouldn't be strange for it to smash at any moment. However, due to the rebounding damage, Jessica also had cuts all over her body and was all worn out.
Please put a stop to this. I don't intend to crush you. It is up to the master to decide how to deal with you. However, I also intend to congratulate you specially for your good fight.
Quit fucking around! Not yet. It isn't over yet.
You have wounds all over your body. It's all you can manage just to stand, is it not? It seems you plan on putting all your strength into this final strike. However, that final strike will be fatal for you.
The damage reflected by Ronove's magic circle wall was proportional to the strength of the attack. Jessica's all-out punch would be bounced back onto her. The more all-out she went, the more suicidal it would be for Jessica.
I get it. I know that.
I am warning you. Stop this now. This is for your own good.
Stop bluffing. Your wall is already about to break, right? I can tell by the feel of it after punching it so much. Okay?
That was a fact. Ronove's wall was already on the verge of breaking, and on top of that, Jessica's fists had been imbued with an unimaginable magic attack power by now, and their destructive strength defied the imagination. In the worst case, that destructive power might even pierce the defensive wall, smash Ronove as well, and create an expansion connecting this room to the next. However, that damage would rebound on Jessica as well. She wouldn't escape unharmed.
I will say it just one more time. Stop. I say this out of consideration for you.
Shut the fuck up. Prepare yourself.
Jessica howled. Putting all the strength of her greatest and final destructive power into her fist, she roared.
Oh. Gup.
The three goats had been beaten down long ago. Without straining to breathe in the slightest, George cautiously closed the distance between him and Gup. He was after her. He was planning on bringing her down with a single strike. Gup was also aiming for a single strike. If she let that chance slide, she would be killed this time.
Aren't you going to use your pitfalls?
Even the tiny opening during the time it took to open the hole would prove fatal with George as an opponent right now. Gop cautiously calculated the distance and timing, but even as she did, George closed the gap between them. I do a gap.
If you won't come, I will.
What?
Go ahead.
What? No.
There's no point in cheap tricks anymore. I'll settle it with this kick of mine.
For an instant, she thought George's body blurred, and then only his jacket was floating in the air. The moment she thought, darkness covered Gop. George, with his heel swung up high, was attacking from the sky like a massive dragon.
Donhong? It worked. This is my victory, Ushiomiya George. What?
Gop opened a vast pitfall with her in the center, swallowing up George along with herself. The two were swallowed up by the pitfall and spat out from the ceiling of the arbor. But that was what Gap had been after. So she alone landed lightly. However, there was another pitfall in George's landing spot.
Gotcha, Ushiomiya George. It was fun, so die. The Ushiomiya family headship would be wasted on the likes of you. So I'll finish you right here, right now. What happened? What happened?
What happened?
Yeah.
What happened? Wait, what happened? George once again fell from the ceiling of the arbor. I think that was like euphoric noises, not pain noises.
That was my guess. I don't know, though.
I think.
I don't know.
He had probably been dropped the same distance as falling off the roof of a 2-story building. In the sky, he couldn't control his posture in any way. It was impossible to resist or defend or avoid. As Gop spun like a whirlwind, she concentrated all of her energy on the sharp tip of her stiletto heel. This was the final strike to perform his requiem. The final strike of the queen bee that would bore into heaven, knocking him down into the true abyss.
Welcome to the abyss. This is the end of the line for you.
I didn't even realize that her heels have a funny little hook on them.
Yeah.
Her clothes are so stupid.
Yeah. French.
She closed in on her prey and stuck her foot up into the sky. At that time, she saw George's face. Even though he was in midair, he was calmly adjusting his glasses with the middle finger of his right hand. And his posture was still preserved in that of an axe kick. Without the faintest deviation, he aimed for Gop's forehead.
I had already hypothesized that this move would come up.
Dang!
What? If I jumped to make the person on the ground taste my heel, my posture would have collapsed long ago. However, my posture hasn't collapsed in the slightest. Do you know why? You don't mean... From the very beginning, I aimed to make a person 2 stories below taste my heel. It's your loss, miss. Ding dong.
Whoa, take this! The final strongest punch that Jessica had raised reached the wall and was sucked in. It was sucked into a black large hole that had suddenly opened on the wall.
Well, I did tell you to stop.
This is...
Actually, I wasn't even close to being in the pins. Sorry.
Jessica's fist had gone for George's stomach, and George's axe kick had lined up on Jessica's head. The shocking destructive power imbued in Jessica's fist crushed George's organs and scattered his abdomen. The same destructive power in George's axe kick smashed half of Jessica's head and scattered its contents in the same manner. I knew it was coming eventually.
Did you?
Yep. After episode 3, I wasn't holding out hope.
Yeah.
Didn't I tell you about a witch's acting prowess? Hey, Beato, what do you think? Were you watching? Not bad, just as planned. You really do get it, Gap. Woohoo!
Dang. Beato and Gap casually high-fived each other. If Potato's still here, this is the first time he's seen this.
Yeah. And there it goes.
Yep.
Thanks, Ronove. Thanks for the gift. I'll return Jessica's corpse. Separate the corpses of the two who are close. So this means the second twilight is over?
Gop dropped Jessica's corpse through a pitfall, and all the chunks were thrown into Jessica's room, as carelessly as throwing something into the trash. Jessica's corpse and lumps of flesh fell from the ceiling and poured out all over her room. Ronove shook his head slightly at this gruesome change of scenery. So if Gop hadn't been added to the equation, she would have won that encounter with Ronove, probably.
My apologies, Jessica-sama. I did warn you. However, the true art of us demons, that is, foreseeing this conclusion and giving you advice I know you wouldn't listen to, really isn't something a human could understand.
It really was fun, kid. But you play with words a bit too much. Maybe it's about time I started fighting back? Really the best you've got? Are you trying to be someone from a light novel or something?
In the arbor, brutally decorated by George's and Jessica's scattered blood and guts, Gop enjoyed a loud laugh for a while. But she quickly realized that, in all seriousness, this was a little too filthy and undignified, and she snapped her fingers. Now, what I'm curious about is, did everything that happened in Kuwadorian, was that Beatrice sacrificing pieces in order to get a win here? Or was that also a pre-planned move? Was it actually her loss or not? As she did, a cloud of gold butterflies rose up around her, struck to each of the bits and bloodstains, and dropped them. Then George's corpse returned, bit by bit, and the brutal corpse, with its guts torn out, was repaired into a clean corpse that looked like it was sleeping. Was this some act of sportsmanship towards a dead rival? The heavens were split. Because Gop had lifted her leg high, pointing at the sky.
See you, lover boy. This is game over for real.
Oh, you only got 2 of them. Just you wait. They weren't even the hardest challenge.
Gotta fight Kraus.
He's not even the hardest challenge. The main character has not been the main character for quite a bit.
I don't know, man. Kraus's power level is 6.
It is 6 times 1,920. Splat. Without a trace of mercy, that foot stepped down. I do love evil women. And was buried into George's forehead. The stiletto heel that was sharp as a weapon pierced George's forehead. And with a boop, it was pulled out. It was like a mark, proving that Gop certainly had finished him by her own hand.
Hello, everybody.
Hello, everybody. My name is Markiplier, and today we are fighting the back against the demons in the chessboard. Ronove had also returned Jessica's corpse to its original form. Well, at least they're getting that much dignity this time.
No, you know what it'd be, we're here, and today we're playing Five Nights at Rokenjima.
We're playing 3 Nights at Rokenjima.
Mm-hmm.
This is an indie game. And
Yeah.
unlike how it had been with George, he restored Jessica's life. Oh. Okay, I assume that won't last very long.
What in the world is this? A dream?
No, that is wrong. You certainly did pass away, Jessica-sama. You should be well aware of the memory of your final moments.
Jessica's mind was burning. For some reason, she remembered being thrown somewhere and having George's heel smash her head.
Am I alive?
No, you are dead. With my magic, that will only be postponed for a scant 3 minutes. After 3 minutes, the magic will end and you will return to being a tragic corpse with half of its head crushed.
What'd you say?
Death is brutal. In most cases, you aren't even given the time to ready your heart. But to praise you for fighting so bravely, I've decided to give you this time. Perhaps you should sort out your regrets from this world in those 3 minutes.
God, you really are Bronove.
Mm-hmm.
I can also decide to take you along with me during those 3 minutes.
But the power that had burned through Jessica's body until a second ago had been completely lost. Jessica was aware of that herself. She was already dead.
And that is all for me. If you would excuse me. It was fun, Jessica-sama.
Ronove turned his form into a cloud of gold butterflies and disappeared. All that remained was the sound of the wind and the rain and the figure of Jessica as she crouched down, leaning against the wall. Jessica could tell. She probably really would revert to the corpse she had been after 3 minutes. Was there anything she could do in those 3 minutes? She stood up and with a shaky gait took the phone that was on the desk. Hello? Is that Jessica? Jessica! What is it? Are you okay?
They, got me.
Are you okay? Did you get injured? I'll come to save you right now!
No. It's already too late. I'm already dead. Or so I hear. By the time you got here, Battler, I'd be a corpse with half its head split open.
Crap! That damn geezer! Wait there. I'm coming right now.
Listen to me, Battler. Listen closely, okay? Now I totally see why Goda-san and Kumasawa-san were evasive about the time the 6 in the dining hall got killed. Those guys aren't human.
What? What are you talking about?
I saw it, so what am I supposed to do? Those guys warp and set up barriers. And do whatever they want, okay? It's like some kind of manga, an anime, hell. And we seriously can't keep up. From the very beginning, fighting was useless. They really aren't opponents that you'll be able to fight with that hat sand spear you're so proud of.
A line of blood dripped down from Jessica's forehead.
George Nissan's done for too. That was an instant death. The next test is yours, Battler. I wonder if your test will go the same way as ours. Be careful. And don't misunderstand.
You mean about the test?
No. Don't misunderstand. And assume that your enemy's human. The enemy isn't human. They're demons that can wield a terrifying magic. No matter what, don't get the wrong idea about that. Be careful.
A line of blood dripped down from Jessica's mouth as well. The left half of her head started hurting. Jessica realized that she was about to return to the corpse she had been.
When 13 people die, the Golden Witch will revive. 6 were killed, including Mom. That's the first twilight. Then George, Nason, and I were killed for the second twilight. So once 5 more people are killed, the ceremony will be complete, and the witch will revive. I hope Dad and the rest are safe. If they aren't, the one to test you might be the resurrected Beatrice herself.
Battler already didn't understand what Jessica was saying, but from her tone he'd realized that she knew she was about to die. So even though he didn't understand the situation, he urged her to give it her all.
I said I'm already dead. See ya. It looks like it's time. Good luck on your test. I hope you can become the head.
Jessica? Jessica! Hey, answer me! Jessica! Battler's sorrowful voice could be heard from the dangling receiver. As she leaned against the wall in that corner, crouched down, Jessica's head had been half smashed.
This place is...
Is this a well? Where is this?
Kyrie stuck her face out of the well, and then Kraus showed himself too. When he realized that they could see the back of the mansion from beyond a grove of trees, Kraus knew more or less where they were. To think that here in a certain well there had been a hidden underground passage, which led to a hidden mansion.
But this really is tough on this old body. I usually came up from a different spot, with real stairs. If you just unlock it. I will ask you to tell me about the layout of this place in detail later, Dr. Nanjo. Shannon, are you okay? Grab hold.
I'm fine. Canon-kun, quickly.
Canon climbed up a ladder out of the shaft that was disguised as a well. It was probably quite deep. When he looked down for the first time, he realized how far he'd come up.
Firing!
Bang. As Canon was about to finally crawl out of the well, a hole the size of a basketball opened up in his chest. Everyone there looked through the hole in Canon's chest to the scenery beyond.
Canon-kun.
Canon slumped backwards and was swallowed up into the depths of the well.
Everyone run! The Shyster sisters! They've locked on. We can't avoid them. Run! Then at least one of us remain alive.
At that time, Kraus and Kyrie and Nanjo certainly saw a golden curved line appear from the well and sow itself through the side of Shannon's head.
Shannon!
Her head had been pierced. The three had witnessed it perfectly until it had shot out the opposite side, blowing it away. Shannon fell to her knees, blood gushing from both sides of her head, and flopped to the ground.
They're after us! Run! We'll be killed!
Run! Run, run, run! As Nanjo doubled over in shock, stunned by how Shannon had died, the Shyster sisters did not allow him to escape. A curved line again appeared from the well and pierced from Nanjo's forehead to the back of his head in an instant, sewing through him. Thump. And so, Nanjo passed away. What the? Why? Where's the enemy coming from?
We're being sniped! I don't know where from, but they've honed in on us perfectly. Let's escape into the mansion. Block their field of vision.
The two dashed towards the back door of the mansion. Then, right as Kraus was about to shut the door behind him, a golden curved line appeared the fourth time, piercing Kraus from the back of his head to his forehead and smashing that forehead. Gah! Oh. Kraus's body leaned over, fell down, and drew a neat radial pattern with the insides of his head. Kyrie ran wildly through the hallway, flew into some room, and locked the door. But even so, she wasn't even remotely convinced that this had saved her life. She would probably die soon. This was apparently one of the guest rooms, and at that moment, Kyrie's eyes fell on a phone on a side table. Oh, don't. Oh, God.
Yeah.
After hanging up the call from Jessica, Battler had been about to dash out. In that instant, the phone rang again. Hello? Huh? Kyrie-san?
Yes, Battler-kun. I got lucky. I managed to escape the dungeon somehow. I really did have luck on my side.
Where are you? Is everyone okay? Over here, it looks like Jessica and George Aniki are...
Listen. I probably won't be alive for long.
That time, right after she thought the keyhole of the locked door might have glowed gold, a gold curved line drawing a helix, no, a golden sewing thread, penetrated in from there at an incredible speed and bored a hole in the floor by Kyrie's feet. Oh, that's unusual. The enemy, who sniped the other four one after the other with extraordinary skill, apparently really does have trouble shooting me between the eyes with a single shot while I'm holed up in this room. But the next strike will probably hit. At this point, Kyrie finally remembered the first massive killing in the dining hall. That's right. This is what killed Rudolph and the rest. All 6 of them.
Listen, Battler-kun. I'm going to tell you everything exactly as I saw it. I'm sure you'll think there's something wrong with my head. Yes, it's okay for you to think that. Even I still haven't sorted out what it was I saw. Today, after you all returned to the guest house, the family conference began in the dining hall. And I'll tell you everything that happened next. Listen until the end without butting in. The call might be suddenly cut off partway through. If it does, at that time, I'll be dead.
Kyrie-san. Then, Kyrie spoke. About Kinzo appearing and the family conference starting. About the 6 being killed and the 5 of them being confined. About how she had escaped somehow and ran away to where she was now, and how everyone had finally been killed. It was all spoken dispassionately, with no dramatization, just as she'd seen it. Even the goat fight? She even spoke about how everyone except her had been killed and how she had observed the moments of all of their deaths. And how even now, someone was trying to kill her.
Actually, even while we've been talking, I've been attacked 3 times. Something like a strange gold thread keeps flying in through the keyhole, spinning around and aiming for me. First it was by my feet, next it was close to my shoulders. Just now, it grazed my ear. Its aiming is getting more and more accurate. Looks like it'll go right between my eyes pretty soon.
Run, Kyrie-san! Run away!
Where to? I've run this far, shut myself into a room, and even locked the door, right? Now that I'm still being pursued, just where should I hide? Hey.
Kyrie-san.
Hey. Battler-kun. Are Jessica-chan and George-kun still alive?
Not long ago, I got a phone call from Jessica. It kinda sounded like they were done for.
Thought so. Yeah. When we were being killed one after the other, I had a kind of premonition. I thought that perhaps the second twilight had been finished in the ceremony of killing 13 people before our twilights had been reached. In short, when I die, that's 13 people. This way, the ceremony is complete. The golden bitch.
That's crazy. How could
Sorry
you?
for my Freudian slip there.
Whoa.
The golden witch Beatrice will resurrect. I wonder what in the world will happen. On this island, filled with demons and witches, and swarming with goat monsters, I wonder just what will happen when even the leader of them all, the Golden Witch, appears. By now, I don't have a clue what's going on anymore.
Kyrie-san's voice had completely given up on her own life, because Battler understood that. He couldn't stop the tears.
There's just one thing I can advise you on.
What?
If a demon or a witch does appear in front of you,
Yeah.
there's no need whatsoever to doubt whether it's real or not. Understand that it is what it seems to be. You might think there must be some trick, or that there's some true nature hidden behind it. If you have the time to think of something like that, it'd be much more constructive to plan out how not to damage the mood of whatever you're facing. Even mistakenly, you must not say, in that case, try showing me magic, because to prove that they'd probably use an even crueler way than before. To show you.
I can't believe it. Even if I hear something like that coming from your mouth, I can't believe it.
I understand. I understand why you can't believe, so that's why I can give you this advice. Believe.
You're telling me to believe in Beatrice and demons and witches and monsters? Even after being shown things not of
Even after being shown things not of this world so clearly, I think we still weren't able to believe any of it. I'm still like that now. The true form of this thing that keeps attacking me, trying to shoot through my forehead, is something I don't understand. And I can't believe it. So, I want you alone to believe, to understand, to accept the existence of what we couldn't accept. If you do that for me, our deaths won't be wasted. It'll also have been worth it for me to make this phone call.
Kyrie-san?
I'm still okay. It scratched me, but it missed again. It looks like I probably won't get another chance. Thank you. And goodbye, Battler-kun. I treated you coldly sometimes because you were Asumu-san's son. Forgive me for those days.
What do you mean, forgive you? Right now, you're a mother to me, Kyrie-san. I felt as though I'd heard an incredible sound at the other end of the receiver. Then, a noisy clacking sound, as though the receiver had fallen to the floor. Kyrie-san! Kyrie-san! Kyrie-san did not answer through the phone again. What is Potato on? Holy.
Yeah.
Okay, so now
Uh-huh.
Beatrice is gonna come back. So is she gonna test Battler in the game board still, or are we just gonna, like do a little merge and get the debate going?
I guess we're gonna have to find out next time, huh?
Definitely next time, because we've been streaming for about 5 hours.
It's crazy, isn't it?
My throat hurts.
Mine as well.
I don't know why you're bad, Battler. Sorry.
I was just saying that chapter was called The Next Head.
None of them are dead yet. They haven't been observed.
Precisely.
The next head. Battler Umiroshia. Yeah, I'm so sauced.
There are now only 3 chapters left until we get to the tea party.
Dang. I can't believe we're actually almost halfway there.
Yeah.
And I still feel like nothing's been answered at all. I have no hints or clues. It's hard.
Plenty.
It's hard to think when I'm trying to focus on the story.
I know. Who do you? That's about it, though. We got through the greatest action sequence. At least of episode 4, if not, it's a contention for some of the best period. But it's down to the wire. There's only a few people left, even alive on the island now.
5. Let's see. It's Battler, Maria, Kinzo, and the two, Goda and Kumasawa.
Yep. So, yeah.
Yeah. And it's just gotta rip your heart out. Umineko does. It's just gotta. I will never be deceived after episode 3 ever again.
Yeah. And we still have to see what's going to happen in 1998.
Yep.
So, tune in Sunday.
Tune in Sunday.
Where we just very well may put episode 4 and the questions arc to rest.
Maybe.
Maybe indeed.
Dang, Potato's been sitting here stiff as a board watching us this whole time. I appreciate you for being here for like the majority of the stream, Potato. Thanks for showing up.
Yeah.
And chatting with us the whole time. Normally we don't get very interactive chatters.
Indeed.
But you stayed with us throughout the whole thing, so that was nice of you. And I hope to catch you again sometime if you're willing to sit through it. But it is very late for us, so...
Oh, yeah.
Do you want to do the announcements, or do you figure that's probably everyone knows already if they need to?
Just subscribe or visit our channel and you'll see what's coming when.
Yep. Stay tuned. As Papa John's would say.
There will be a reckoning.
There will be a reckoning. Me at the end of this episode when everyone's dead. To the golden bitch, as I so aptly called her.